All right. Getting some last minute character stuff in and updated. As you can probably tell, I have proper additional images. But hello. Welcome on in. Looks like it's that time again for some Dungeons and Dragons. So with that, we're already a little behind, so let's just jump right in. Let me get them all rounded up and ready, and RP stretched out and everything, and they're ready to go. So sit back and enjoy. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
I sure can.
Sure.
Let's see. Okay, so we were in the forest after we got back from that other dimension that Price dispelled to keep the denizens safe. And as we were a little bit of, I guess, partial recap from, I guess, before, but Kaito was not happy that they didn't have a good burial. So we were going to either bury them or something. You guys ended up deciding on doing like a funeral pyre. And as stuff was burning, we sensed some wolves that were coming into the area. and they ended up kind of slinking in after the fire went out and snagging all of the remains to take with them. And we thought, oh no, because they were magical, but we couldn't figure out what, like, they didn't seem to have a particular school of magic. They were just magical wolves. And so Price thought maybe we could try dispelling one, and I was like, sure, great idea, which did not work and ended up pissing the wolves off, all of them, not just the one we tried to dispel. And I ended up using diplomacy to see if they would, instead of destroying us with utmost prejudice, if they would let us make amends. And so Price was basically required to give them something of sentimental, like personal value, a personal sacrifice. And so he ended up giving them the wagon that he had been working on for town, which they did end up accepting. Thankfully, not also taking his like cloak of billowing or scooter or his briefcase. His yes. So thankfully, those are all safe. And the wagon popped out of existence, and then the wolves got a little further, and they all popped out of existence. We figured out that they are possibly like connected to like a greater forest spirit. And too bad we didn't have a better connection with them, because maybe we could have asked them where they, if they would have known of where some of the disturbance of the magic was. But alas, at least they didn't kill us. So yay, go team. Yeah. Let's see. And then after that, let's see. While we were resting, oh yeah, toward the end of the session, uh, on my watch, I ended up building a little mini wagon from sticks, twigs, vines, and grass, like super, nature MacGyver crafty, based on what I learned from Price about how wagons work and everything like that. Because since I was encouraging him to dispel the wolves, I wanted to offer my assistance in helping him build a new wagon to give to town to make up for the one he had to give away. So I built him a little mini wagon on my shift, and yeah, which he got to inspect and seemed very impressed by when he woke up from his shift and saw it, or from his sleep and saw it.
And after that, Kaido
Mhm.
and Price had a bonding moment.
They did. And Kaido, do you remember the other thing that you experienced at the end there?
There was a giant ass dragon in the sky.
And that was basically it.
Which I think Price said he was going to send the conversation to Cube so the DM knew the conversation was done, or does that need done?
Mm-hmm. It happened.
I'm asking. What happened?
All
Did you
taken care
get
of.
fed the conversation or not? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, it happened.
Okay. Okay, I'm smart, I promise.
All right. Don't need token vision. It's just. So yeah. I mean, if there's anything else you can think of.
I mean, I seem to remember we discovered this cache of like tons of gold and gems and stuff that we took with us. There was that.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
All right. Well, let's see. I think you all have all the inspiration you could possibly need.
I think my character has the capability of being doubly inspired.
Yeah.
You haven't made the proper pact with your deity, so capable, yeah, but oof, unfortunate. You didn't read the dotted line. Because I think everybody. Also, Max was peeing on a rock while standing. like men do.
He was like so well hydrated, though. At least, I mean, I don't know if he's hydrated now. He might be a desiccated husk.
Well, if you remember, he did talk to the robot martial artist about bladder infections, so it all adds up. It comes full circle.
And it looks like it's resolved because you're peeing just fine now. Yay, robot solutions.
Yeah.
I don't think that's how bladder infections work, but okay.
Does it hurt when you pee? If not, you're okay.
It used to, but it doesn't anymore. They told me to just hold my breath.
Like going through a tunnel.
Yeah.
Secret tunnel. So last week, let's see. Does anybody even have room for an inspiration? I don't think so. Just double checking.
Maybe Scooter can have it.
The Booyags could use it.
Yeah, no, none of them have
Yeah,
room for
definitely.
inspiration. All right, well, that's an inspiration. That's inspiration for you when it doesn't go away in long rests. So you essentially planned, unless there was a change of plans, to go and check out the quote unquote the treasure that this bandit, in which you at some point during the end of the last session, you actually started feeling bad for the guy.
I remember that now. Yeah. Where didn't somebody read his intent that he almost seemed to feel safer as our prisoner than he did as a loose bandit? Because he had been leading us along the river, and we were getting close to the entrance to where we needed to go.
We were watching over him all night.
We were.
There we go. And basically, you guys were setting up to have you guys were doing resting up. Because you had just finished all of your watches. Because that's when all that
You
went
froze
down.
it right when Kaido saw the dragon.
Correct.
We didn't get to tell nobody.
Yeah, because basically, you or Kaito and Price were the final watch, I believe. So the easiest thing to do is just kind of pick up from there. As you're
Oh, did everybody get their rest in? Was a long or a short?
it would be long.
Okay, I did not
'Cause
do that.
Remember, you guys had set up you were debating if you want to set up a camp and set up like a fire, because you got the feeling that the pyre that you made the earlier in the, I guess technically the earlier, you were kind of concerned that maybe that would draw too much attention. So you decided maybe not setting up a campfire, because I remember asking you that.
Mhm.
And that's when, Kalia made the extravagant stick wagon that was impressive even to a man who spent a good chunk of his life both admiring, learning, and creating wagons. And, then the heartfelt discussion between two members of the party. And of course, the knowledge of this bandit, because I believe it was Price that said, this guy's kind of sus. He falls asleep so quickly and easily, and that's when you guys came to the realization that this guy is unusually comfortable as a prisoner compared to his usual lifestyle. And at that, kind of at the end of your watch, that's when you looked up, because you got a pretty good roll, and you saw some kind of great winged beast crossing the sky. And I guess the question for Max would be, were you just kind of sleeping the whole time? Or would you say like you were kind of awake during the last watch, or you're just like, nah?
I was probably awake during the last watch and checking in with all the mimics, right? Making sure they're all right. Uh, maybe even having like little conversations with the pirate guy if he's awake, just like audible stuff about favorite card games and stuff like that. You know, since he's been such a great, you know,
Prisoner.
prisoner, hostage, whatever. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'd probably say maybe the larger mimics would, because they are mimics, right? Would probably just like turn into a couch that, you know, a specially cushioned couch just for you because, you know, they know you.
Oh, they're just baby.
I mean, he did say he has like 14 babies. Technically, no, 13 babies and technically 14 now because, you know, the extra one you guys
He
found.
adopted Timmy.
I definitely remember who Timmy is.
It's the slime dude you saved out of the well. So you said, "Oh, it was from the well."
Oh
His name was
yeah.
Timmy. Yeah.
That's my 13th baby.
So, yeah, pretty much it's around that time in the morning where people who, you know, went to sleep in the earlier watches would be awakening. And yeah, and seen. And Scooter is out, by the way. He's the one pulling the wagon.
So Kaido would probably look at Price and be like, should we tell them about that? Or just hope it goes away?
Oh, um, you know, this isn't the first time that we've seen a dragon flying around.
And
So we
maybe at
just
that,
hope
I'm gonna
it
be like, huh?
goes away.
What? Dragon? What? Where? Huh? Who's? Oh, okay. And then kind of go back to sleep.
And those some good ears for 20 feet.
His ability would be gone. Break
He's
concentration.
asleep, man.
Give you guys a
Uh,
better view.
Right. So I guess get everybody moving. Keep an eye out.
All right, sounds good. Hey,
Yeah?
I was yelling at everybody to get up.
Wake up, everybody!
There we go. That's better.
I'm gonna sit up, kind of startled, be like, what?
Morning! I don't know if
Oh.
we want to stay here.
Morning. Oh, why not? What happened?
There was just a dragon overhead.
Oh, so that wasn't just in my dream? I could have sworn there were dragons or something in my dreams. It was real weird. But wait, you said there's a dragon? I'm gonna hop up, be like, where? Where's a dragon?
It was in the sky. I don't know where it is now. I didn't exactly keep my eyes on it.
Oh, well, where was it headed?
Did we notice a direction?
Um,
I don't remember what our role was.
you know what? Give me a survival check.
This one. I don't know shit.
No. It just
It
kind of
went in a
you just kind of
direction?
caught it in like the, you know, kind of corner of your eye, not really thinking
Kind of
about it.
surprise of it. Probably he didn't pay attention.
Yeah.
I have no idea which way. I wasn't paying attention. Oh no, Price noticed.
I don't even think Price saw it. I think I got a low perception.
But kind of pointed it out, so you at least saw it, right? Or no? Is that I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe.
I feel like Kaido would have pointed out, but by the time they, the shock of like what is that kind of wore off, and they pointed out to you, it was kind of gone by then. Go with that.
I wonder if that's the same one we've seen around town.
Yeah, Price literally just mentioned me. You guys seen one before. That would have been nice to know. You've only seen it once before?
Twice.
Twice.
Well, yeah, once
Well,
was in the
not-
forest.
Not really. Like one of his was like shadowy, so we thought it was a dragon, and the other one was just a silhouette, all flying over. I mean, it could be a
Now, I
cargo
know I'm
dragon.
high
just,
and I
just,
saw that it was
just,
a dragon.
just
I
taking
just
things
saw
from one
like a silhouette
spot
against the sky, right?
to another. I mean, we don't know.
I mean, there have been rumors of people getting disappeared.
People
But
randomly
honestly-
get disappeared with all this crazy magic going around. So why is that
Right.
surprising?
I
Yeah,
mean,
and we found the persons.
well, we found
had
one group
disappeared.
of people, but we're still looking for that Weaver too, because she had traveled out and not
Oh.
come back either.
But we found the guard.
We
and
did find the
found
guard.
the people
boy.
that had the dog. So there is one more.
The Weaver had left town to do something to go help get things to repair her shop, I guess. And she hasn't been back.
I'm not sure if I knew who the Weaver is.
I had asked around town. It said, let me see here. Where'd it go? Maria. Black hair, brown eyes, apparently very fashionable in her own style. Well, probably about time for us to go check out those ruins.
Right, everyone ready?
I am.
I'm gonna go to the bandit. Be like, "Are you sure you don't want something to eat? It's been a while." And I'll take out some jerky and I'll like take half a bite of it. And be like, "See, it's great jerky. It's really good."
You trying to torture him? Or are you actually being generous?
No, he was worried that our food was poisoned, so I'm trying to show him that's not poison. It's delicious. Be like, "See," and I'll hand some to Vald and grab another piece. Be like, "Here."
Just kind of narrows his eyes at the jerky.
Like, you got to keep your strength up.
Maybe he's a vegetarian.
Are you a vegetarian?
Absolutely not.
Well, then eat the
See?
fucking jerky.
It's delicious.
He's kind of you see him, he's watching you eat it, and he's like narrowing his eyes, and he's just like waiting.
Can I try something?
Give it to him. Just
Can
give
I
it to
take
him.
a step back?
He ain't
so
got
that-
hands.
People aren't watching me, so that I can have a secret gesture to this pirate. I would like to stealthily make a gesture.
Alright.
I am going to see Max's stealthy gesture.
Oh, is there a message? A message.
Okay.
So he scratches his beard. All you see is Max shaking his head.
How do you scratch his beard if his hands are still tied behind his back? Or does someone
Well, I think
untie
they were
him?
just tied together, not necessarily behind his back.
Well, earlier we were saying they were tied behind his back because that's why he's flipped face down in the dirt, pretty much. We had a whole
Oh.
conversation about that last night. Last Wednesday.
Oh, well, maybe I retied his hands to the front for him to do that. How about?
He's scratching his beard with his chest.
Yeah, there you go. Or he's really flexible and he's got his foot up there. I don't know.
And he was no longer gagged.
Right.
Oh, I can. I'll wait. I'll just starve. It's fine.
I'm gonna look at Max and be like, Max, why are you trying to keep him from eating? Are you trying to make him weak? What's
I'm not
wrong
trying to
with
keep him
you?
from eating. I'm shaking my head in disappointment, like tisk tisk. I cannot believe that he doesn't trust
Mhm.
us yet.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna turn to the bandit and be like, here, you can pick any piece of jerky out of my pouch for me to eat to show you that none of it's poisoned, and you can just random pick and you can pick whatever you would like. And I'll be like, Max, stop doing whatever it is that you're doing. You're just causing trouble.
Mm.
I'm gonna like turn the bandit away from Max so he can't see him shaking his head. Be like, "Sir, what can I do to prove to you that this food is safe? You know, we're serious about not wanting to harm you unless you try and harm us."
Then you could let me go.
And we will as soon as our agreement is complete. You
Well,
have
you
to pay
know, if you
restitution.
untie me, then I can just forage for me own food.
I don't yet trust that you won't run off. But if you would like to walk with me and tell me what you would like to forage, I will get it for you. So as long as we're here with you, we're happy to let you forage. But
So he,
seriously, this turkey is really good.
yeah, I bet it is. I bet it is. Anyway, and he looks around a bit. Let's see, survival. Let's give him a little survivey check here. Ooh.
Oh no.
He points to some very colorful looking mushrooms growing on the tree.
I don't know if that's safe to eat. You're welcome to them though, if that's really what you want.
Well, clearly they're the best meal around here. And it's natural.
I
Not
mean,
everything natural is good for you.
that's true. I mean, well, let me ask you this. Would you rather try the mystery mushrooms that I am pretty sure are very poisonous and end up basically
Oh,
stuck at a
Hamala.
latrine for the rest of the day? And can you imagine how hard that is going to be for you to deal with if your hands are tied? Or would you like to try this perfectly good jerky?
Give me a persuasion. And Max, also give me a persuasion.
I will assist in that persuasion.
So you assist Max's persuasion, all right?
No, not Max.
You know, as flattering as an offer you're giving me, I think I can go a little bit longer without food.
I mean, if you're sure, but seriously, anytime you're hungry, just let me know and you can have any of the food in my pack, really. Okay?
I'm just gonna be. I'm going to be get fed up with this and grab the jerky and shove it in his mouth.
I thought I was supposed to be the aggressive one.
I mean, Veld's
Yeah.
growing in all sorts of ways.
So give me a, I'd say athletics or acrobatics, whichever.
Well, I'm also going to do it. Well, I was thinking intimidation
Okay, if you want to do that, you can intimidate. Yeah.
because I mean, he's not really gonna. He's got his hands tied and whatnot. I mean, I can do both of them if you want.
Yeah, just
What?
one. You have to pick. 15. I'll give him an insight. Okay. Call me your whatever it is you are. If you just untie me, then I could eat this.
I'm going to
Go ahead. If he runs, I'll just chase him down. It's not a problem.
tie the rope around his waist and shoulders like a harness, and I'm gonna hold on to that. And then I'm gonna tie one of his arms to that so he can only use one arm,
Abandoned on the
but
leash.
he has one arm free. They're like, we're gonna test this out. If you show us that we can trust you, we'll untie your other arm at a later time.
Abandoned on the leash. Got it.
Yep.
Not Kaido secretly wishing you had just untied him so he could fucking run.
So
Need to find some sport for Kaito to chase around.
ooh, a squirrel. So you go through the motions of untying and retying, basically putting him on the leash. Let's see. We're gonna give him a sleight of hand. And he goes to eat some of the jerky. And you know how when people are totally like faking eating it, like they take a bite and they chew on it, and they chew on it, and they chew
And
on
really,
it.
they just like drop it down their shirt kind of thing.
Yeah. It looks like he was trying to be real stealthy about it, but on the count of everybody watching him, and one arm tied behind his back, it's pretty blatant that he hasn't swallowed the food yet, and he's like he's like, yes, that's yeah. And then he just takes the rest of it and just like puts it in his jacket.
Kaido's gonna look at Kalia and ask, is he seriously stupid?
No, I think he just doesn't trust us because of another new party member of ours. And I'm going to look at Max and be like, you.
I'm gonna look at Scooter and just like put my hands on my hips and shake my head again, but this time at him.
Well, I'll try to talk to him and straighten him out.
Sure. While we're all here and listening, that sounds great.
Okay. And I walk up to Scooter and I'm like,
Listen, sometimes in life you're an individual and sometimes you're part of a team. And right now you got to get with the program. You're part of a team. We're a group. We do things together. All right?
Like Max Scooter is perfectly part of our team. I think you need to reassure the bandit that we're not trying to kill him.
Oh, I thought you were just like you were staring daggers at Scooter.
all right,
Nope.
I'm gonna walk up to the bandit guy.
I most certainly am not trying to kill you. And
And-
neither are my friends.
By which he means us. Don't you, Max?
Exactly. They will not try to kill you.
Max is doing something shady again, isn't he? I hear lots of typing.
Oh, that's me typing. I'm
Oh.
sorry.
No, you're fine. I was thinking, like, is Max totally typing to Cubed right now? Be like,
No, but
Like,
you're
I'm-
typing 9 times out of 10 it's me because my mic
Okay.
does not reduce anything.
oh, fair.
All right then. Well, I still want to get out of these binds, so how about we get to Haunted House,
That's a great idea. We should just take his ropes off and head to the haunted house.
I
He
agree.
will take his ropes off once the agreement is complete, as discussed. And I'll take some more jerky out of my pack and I'll tuck it in the bandit's like shirt pocket or something so he can reach it with his unbound hand. And be like, if you get hungry on the way, here's some extra for you. You got to keep your strength up if we're going to be dealing with ghosts and stuff.
Now you keep saying it's haunted. Do you even know by what?
Nope. Not to.
Then how
not
do you
to
know it's
clue.
haunted?
You'll know when you get there.
But then why don't you know?
I don't know what's haunting the place. I just know it's not some place you want to be for long.
Right. Alright, well,
Well-
let's go.
My curiosity is piqued. Let's head out.
Uh,
So, and I'll turn to Val and be like, "Hey, Val, do you want to walk with our bandit friend with me?" And I'll be
Sure.
like, "Max, you go on ahead. We got him all taken care of."
All right. I'm gonna, as I'm like passing, I'm gonna take like a little kick at him, be like, "All right, get up, start walking. We're leaving," and then just head whatever direction we're going.
all right. So, you guys continue the journey.
Did I see what Max did
Yep.
with a nat 20? Okay.
Looks like I wasn't really trying to kick him. I'm just kind of feigning that I'm being mad at him.
Yeah. So
Nothing too bad.
essentially, you guys effectively leave this map,
Right.
and you start to notice the time of day is getting like later and like it's basically a full day of travel, almost conveniently so. This timing.
Kaido's having to slow himself down for the rest of the group.
For no reason. I'm just walking slow for no reason. I don't know why. But pretty much it goes through, you woke up in the morning, you had a little bit of a conversation with Mr. Bandit Dude Mans. Yeah, a little bit of conversation, then you just started traveling. And well, the thing that really kind of slows you down is the fact that you are not on a road, but you're basically hoofing it through the woods with a wagon and a goose pulling it. So getting a wagon through dense forests at certain points and up and down hills, that takes a little bit of finesse. So that's kind of what takes you a little extra time to get to where you're trying to go. Just the fact that you're trying to get a wagon through the forest, crossing streams and through the trees and around rocks and over hills, and some hills are a little more steep than you'd expect, and it's just kind of a traversal kind of situation. And the sun has set, the evening has fallen, the sounds of the forest, the nocturnal creatures have sprung to life. The owls hooting, the bats screeching. I guess that's kind of a screech. The bats like screeching, maybe a wolf or two off in the distance howling. But you do come to a point where the brush, the bushes, the brush, the shrubbery, all the trees, it's just almost unexpectedly so becomes extremely dense. Not so dense that you can't feasibly pass through, kind of like that vine wall that you guys experienced before, but there's no way a wagon's going to fit through this, as cumbersome as it is. You guys would be able to get through it, but it would take you a little bit of time. You can hack and slash through it. You could just try and power through it. So the question is, how would you guys like to get beyond this obstacle? As the bandit says, it would be on the other side of this tangle.
And how do you
But they
suggest
don't-
getting through?
Well, individual people can get through. It just takes a little bit of time.
Should we leave the wagon? and proceed single file with him leading us.
I have a scene ready
Scooter
for when they
alright staying here
cross
with
the
the
threshold.
wagon? He'd look to Bryce.
I think Price is pooping.
So if we want, we can just have my kids watch over the wagon.
Does Kaido know about them? Was he told about the mimics? Like, I imagine he would have seen the couch at some point, but was he specifically told? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you were there when we all met Max. Essentially.
Have a
Well,
slime and then
I
12
was
mimics.
not there when you guys met him. I was there after he was already part of the party. I missed that.
Well, no,
session.
as in like you would have met him in that creepy clearing, like before we all
What
left.
creepy.
Remember where the table, the evil table, and all the undead was? Because we met Max because he was in the building at the north part of the whole camp. So you would have essentially, maybe not out of character because you weren't physically with us, but your character was Kaito was with us.
Okay.
So Kaido would have met him, yeah, and
Okay.
and met his children, his mimic children.
Okay. Will they be safe with the wagon and scooter?
I mean, that's what we did before. When we went into that tree, the mimics were hanging out with Scooter and the wagon. I mean, it is probably safer to leave them at the wagon than to, bring them into a haunted area if they don't really have much defense by way of defenses.
I'm sorry with Price. I don't care.
I'd like to, yeah. I'm kind of like telling the mimics as I have hands on the hips again, and I'm pacing. I'm like,
All right, same thing. No, nobody better steal this wagon. If I come back and it's gone, you're all in big trouble. Nobody hurts the goose or the duck or whatever that is.
and then I'm gonna point to the pirate guy. I'm gonna jab my index finger right in his chest and be like, and you best be on your best behavior while we leave you out here all by yourself.
No, he's coming with us. That was the agreement. Because we aren't going to know where the treasure is in the haunted area without him.
You do have inspirations to throw around.
Yeah, I would like to use that. There we go. Much better.
See what's he doing. And so as you're pacing back and forth with your hands on your hips, it's almost like the mimics know this and they kind of line up single file from smallest to largest, except Timmy. Timmy has no idea what this is. Timmy's just gooping. But
All right, well, Timmy will learn in time.
And I just kind of like wave it off, like,
He's trying his best out here.
yeah, and like when you finish conveying your orders, like all these mimics, like they've taken on the form of wagons because it's just easier for travel purposes. So there've been these wagons just pulling themselves this whole time, like little red wagon kind of things, except for the big one, big red wagon. But at this point, they're just sort of back in their slightly more amorphous form, and when you finish your orders, like a little hand comes out of each of them, and they're all doing like a salute, like a "Yes, sir." So imagine the blob saluting you with the little pseudopod.
and I turn around and give everybody a thumbs up, like we're ready to go.
So the plan is to get through here, correct? Just
Yep.
for verbal confirmation. So we're gonna have everybody pick a skill and try and figure out how to traverse through this challenge, because this is very dense And as you take a look at it, there are locations where there are very thorny vines interwoven in between this thick brush. So think of it like if you want to get through here, you have to like kind of wedge yourself in and like find a little spot that you can kind of push yourself through, and to some degree hope that you don't get confused or lost because you have no idea how thick or how far this goes. And it kind of sounds like even this bandit fella, you know, he doesn't seem like he knows exactly the way per se. Like it probably seems like he probably yeah because he doesn't. But he kind of seems like he doesn't know exactly how to get through. Like there's not a beaten path. Like he knows how to get through, but it kind of, you know, if you ask him, well, you know, I'll leave that up to what, you know, if you ask him. But he's just sort of
Well-
like, and we can make, I mean, so basically think of this as a skill challenge. So everybody gets to pick a skill, whether you're proficient or not, and you describe what you're doing to try to make your way past this challenge. And that could entail using strength to just try and push brush aside. You could do something like maybe something dexterity based to try and avoid some of the prickly
Quick
vines.
question.
Mhm.
Can we tell how wet or dry this area is?
I mean, it's about.
I don't think we should set it on fire.
I mean, I have an axe that may cause some fire damage, so I'm asking how wet it is.
That's fair.
It seems relatively moist because the forest around here is pretty dense, so that would probably indicate a good bit of healthy water and moisture.
Well, and Price can create water now, right? Don't I remember that?
If he has it prepared.
Well, I'm probably going to see Kaito hefting his axe and looking at the forest. And so I'm going to turn to Price, be like, hey, Price, do you have any of those water spells prepared today?
Oh yeah.
What's that
It's okay.
supposed to mean?
I mean, you know, just in case.
Mm-hmm.
We burn stuff.
I mean,
I
you
was
have to
thinking
admit-
about using Flame Blade too.
Well, there you go. So yeah, I think if you guys wanted to carve out a spot, Cubed, if I were to use something like stealth, could I like do a little recon and like kind of stealth my way through to like see where the best path might be to cut through if we needed to?
Stealth wouldn't be the one you'd want to use. It'd probably be like dexterity or
Like
investigation.
acrobatics? I mean, I could do acrobatics.
So if you're
Am I-
trying to get like through the like, so it sounds like you're trying to find a path, right?
Yeah, that might at least make it easier for everybody.
So I would say that would be more on the perception side of things because you're looking for a path, right?
Okay. I'll kind of be peeking at the forest.
Ooh.
Hey, be like, I have a feeling this looks like it might be a good place for us to try and cut through.
So 22.
Maybe there's like fewer vines or fewer woody trees and just like vines that could be easily cut through.
If you want me to
'Cause-
smack at it, I will.
Success.
Sure.
One success.
Let her get out of the way first.
Yes.
Well, I got an idea. I don't know if it'll work.
Oh.
I might be able to shapeshift into some sort of creature that could barrel through some of this and make a clearing.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Fire.
Gonna look over at Kaito and probably see in Kaito's eyes that Kaito just really wants to hit something.
He does really want to hit something.
I'll be like, hey, you know what, Kaito? Maybe just so we don't have to worry about the fire, I'm gonna pull my short sword and hand it to him, like handle first.
You want me
Be
to
like-
use a toothpick?
I mean, it won't set things on fire is all I'm thinking.
Fine.
I would
Then
like to comfort Kaido in this trying time and try to tiptoe and put my hand on his shoulder way up there and just be like,
It's all right, buddy. Tell you what, after we get all this treasure, I'll let you set one of the mimics on fire. Does that make you feel better?
Why do I want to set one of your children on fire?
It looked like you really, really wanted to set something on fire.
Not necessarily the fire part. It would just would have been an added bonus.
Okay, well, either way, you need to hit something. That's fine. I've got like 13 of them.
That. Thing? I think.
Yeah, no problem. I feel like we're really bonding here. We're quickly becoming friends, huh?
Yeah.
yeah, I like you too. And I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to give him like a wink.
Okay.
And then that's going to grant Bardic inspiration.
I don't know what that does. Never
Uh,
played a session with a bard before.
In the next like 10 minutes, any attack or like skill check or anything you're using, you get to add up. I think I'm up to a 1d8 now. Let me check.
I have no idea.
Yeah, d8.
All right. How do I attack with a weapon I don't technically have?
I mean,
So I assume it's
up
just
to-
a temporary borrowing of the short sword, so I don't see the need to add it to the page. Can I just use the axe and pretend it's a sword?
I think you're proficient with it. Pretty sure barbarians are proficient with that.
They're proficient with simple and martial, whatever that.
Oh yeah, then
falls
you'd be
in.
proficient with it.
It means
So-
like all of them.
All of them
Do you want me
save
to
for
just
one
use my
category, which comes up very
axe?
rarely.
I do have two different axes. I can use the regular hand axe for the roll if you want.
Basically, if you do anything, it should apply because I think the axe is.
So that's what the axe I have that isn't the one with the fire damage added.
Yep, go for it.
Attack roll.
Would you
Oh,
like to add 1d8 to that from your bardic inspiration? Turn it into a 20.
Would it be considered a crit?
No.
Crit is only when you roll a 20.
Yeah. So would it make a difference on plants? Should I? I don't know. Send help.
You might as
You
well.
have it.
Okay, then how do I do a 1d8?
Just roll a one
It's a
D, like in
4,
the
6. There's a d8.
D8 at the
I
bottom.
was looking for it. That's a
18.
16.
Does an
Yeah,
18 hit?
Yes, an 18 definitely hits.
Nine damage to these fans. Let's go.
So, between Kalia pointing out a potential path of getting through here, you take this moment to alleviate some pent-up rage and, hack through it and make a slightly bigger opening, which, and we can say it's not even necessarily like you swing once. It's like maybe you taking a minute or like a few seconds to hack and slash, like, like you're bushwhacking or something.
Oh yeah, fuck these plants.
And, at the end of it, you're just covered in leaves and vines and just like there's just like plant matter just all over you. It's in your hair. It's just like everywhere. It's like watching a kid jump on a feather pillow and then like the feathers just explode everywhere. It's plant carnage.
I imagine, depending on how long the path is, he might be a little out of breath after it's done, but you can tell he feels better after that. Or at least Price definitely would, because they had their talk. And then he'll offer Talia her
So that would be
short sword back.
2 successes.
Your toothpick.
Yeah. I'll be like, nice work.
Of course.
Who you calling toothpick?
The sword.
And
Oh.
I'll be like, he means this.
Why do you think you're a toothpick?
I got bullied when I was younger.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you're not a toothpick.
Is it because you're so short?
You're going to get a
Bryce
Dead
just
glare
looks
from
down.
Kaido. And then Kaido's gonna turn, and if Christ doesn't move or stop him, he's just gonna pick him up and put him on his back.
I can see everything from up here.
That's the point.
That's what we call a booster seat.
Don't make me kick you in the face. He'll lift a
Focus is-
back leg
Focus is
threateningly.
billowing.
The slow and methodical posturing of a potential face kick.
Hey, you don't mess with horses, man. They fucking hurt.
All right. So that's 2. Who wants to go next on the skill challenge?
I would like to just try to squeeze through and just dodge the thorns, and like if I could look for different angles that I could kind of like, I don't know, do some rolls and just acrobatically, wade through this field. Thorns.
Yeah, sure.
14.
14. 3. This is the 3rd round. Okay. So on a 14, you feel like you're making a good chunk of headway, but you do eventually come to this patch. Like you do a flip, and you try and dodge some of the vines, and you're just like, as you're trying to avoid some of the branches from catching like your foot, it's almost like you just didn't notice a single like root sticking out of the ground, and it kind of catches the side of your foot, or actually you step on a root, and it's like, when you think you have like perfect balance, and you kind of do, but it's just like when you start to push off in that last second, you kind of slip and lose balance and just sort of fall into the vines.
Well, whoever picked this path, this was a terrible idea.
And in here, since you're falling into it,
Like,
We'll
if you
just-
didn't slip and fall and like try and make it fancy, you would have been fine.
we're gonna determine something here.
It's
And
all
I'll
right,
make it
Shorty. You'll
simple.
be fine. Walk it off.
Roll me a d20, and on a low, you fall on some pricklies, and on a high, you just fall. You manage to not fall on like vines with like little spiky thorn vines. That's the word I've been trying to figure out this whole time. But you see, like as you stumble a little bit, they're real close to your face. Maybe even some of them catch onto your clothes and kind of hook in a little bit, but you managed to not take any damage.
Nice.
And I don't know, you probably look back at the group, be like, I'm okay, and like thumbs up or something. Who's next? We got Vald and Price still.
And I'm gonna holler back to Val, be like, "Hey, Val, when you come through, could you help our bandit friend get through? Okay?
Yep.
So I want to get him over there with us, so it's not he and Max like necessarily. Well, I guess Max is already over on the other side, so
Well, not quite. He's in there. But you can't
the
see him
thick
because
of
he's
it.
kind of gotten in the mixer. What's up?
I was trying into the thick of it, but those are lyrics. What is it, Backyardigans? Yeah.
Backyardigans. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So, anybody who escorts the bandit would have disadvantage on their checks as you are trying to get this dude to fall in line with whatever you're doing. So
Would I
whoever
be able
chooses
to
do that,
come back through and like assist him?
if
I
you get
give-
all the way
I'll
through.
I'll give Bold guidance.
That should help.
If he's going to be helping the bandit.
Actually, that's one of the
Wouldn't they
things.
have-
It's like disadvantage and advantage. Just there's such a big discrepancy between them. Because I had it here. It's like
Well, and-
you have a disadvantage, but I kind of like I'll just edit the DC to get through with him because he's
Well, yeah.
not like actively fighting against you to make it disadvantage, but he is kind of extra weight, so it makes it a little more difficult, but not
He's
like
also tied up and
crazy.
can't move if he needs to. So
Well, but didn't Kaito also help
Yeah,
clear
but-
the way to make it easier?
there's
I
still more to
smashed
get
the
through.
shit out of it.
Yeah.
Right? So there should definitely be some more room there for them to come through.
Yeah, it makes sense. So it's like if you're like dragging a person instead of just making your way on your own. I could see
You
that.
said that, and I am making my way downtown, going through my head.
Downtown. So Vold, what skill would you like to use? Thank you, Windows. Go away.
Deception on the branches. And yeah, no.
Dude, I was literally.
you
It's so
could.
funny you said that because I was gonna joke and be like, "I'm gonna use persuasion."
Anything
Like,
can
you
happen.
know you want to let me through.
We had the same, thought process there.
I guess I will use survival.
The modified DC as opposed to disadvantage.
Or check follow wild game group. Identify owlbear live, predict weather, avoid quicksand, and other natural hazards. So I guess this would be natural hazards, right? Like thorns and stuff. So. And did I get a guidance on it?
Sounded like it.
Okay. Situational bonus. Was it 1d4, correct?
Yep.
And did I have disadvantage or just
Just roll normally.
okay?
I've just instead of it being disadvantage, just modify the DC.
Nice.
All right. And like, so what are you doing to use your survival to get through? Like, just describe your actions as you're making your way through with a half tied up bandit in tow. A half tied up prisoner in tow. A bandit would imply
I would
he's
be
stealing.
using survival to evaluate the branches and like vines and whatnot to know which ones I can lift up and which ones I have to just like go up around.
Success.
And then I'd be holding the ones up until the bandit could get his tied hands to also lift and get under him and around. And then also maybe like pulling him through when he needs assistance. I will also use my sword to slice things that can be sliced after identifying that. That's how it would be getting through.
All right. And I would call that 19 a success. Lucky you. That guidance made a difference.
Oh yeah. It was a full 4 on that guidance roll.
Sweet. So you make a good chunk of the way through. How far you are through, you're not sure because, like I said, you don't know how thick this brush is. However, that leaves us with Bryce sitting atop Kaito's back almost officially the tall. Actually officially the second. Nope. One, two, the third
feel like-
tallest one here because Scooter's still there.
I feel like I could be on Kaito's back, and Kaito might still be taller than me.
Well, that's what I was imagining. Like you,
I mean,
it
he
would be
probably would
Kaito.
be.
How tall are these trees? Would you say roughly?
Ooh, then full grown trees. So I'd say probably 40 plus feet.
I was thinking, if I wild shape into something potentially flying over, would you say that that's possible, or do you want me to do an actual like check?
I mean, you can if you want.
Oh man, you should have gone first. So then I could just flown over.
I don't know if I'm trying to look to see. No, there's flying creatures, but it looks like my options might be limited.
No bird or bat or
I mean, like you would
owl.
think that there would be. Yeah, there's not. I'm scrolling through the list of what I have accessible. Unless there's certain one of these things that I've just what they are. Let's see. Anyway, not to. I was trying to find something and I couldn't find anything. Are there really no flying creatures? Weird. I don't know if I can.
Let's see.
Anyway. The
Let's see. He is a druid of land.
I guess I'll try and go acrobatics as well. Since I'm so small.
Sure, go for it. And what are you doing to be acrobatic? What describe what you're doing?
Um
No flying.
all right, Kaito. It might be time. Throw me.
That is weird. They don't get a
He's
flying
gonna,
speed.
he's gonna
until
try and
he's
eye
level.
out like a branch that he can maybe grab and like swing on and use some of the vines to
You
maybe climb
actually
on
want
and
me to throw you
and get
like
through.
full tilt or just a gentle toss? Like
Do it.
Cannonball special.
Do it.
which full tilt or what?
Yeah. Well, why don't lightly toss me. I might not even make it.
If you really want full tilt, we'll give you full tilt.
I'm gonna need
Are
it.
you sure?
Do it.
You'll probably grab him by the front of his shirt to do this. Do I roll athletics for throwing him?
That's a strength-based one, right?
yeah,
And
it's a strength
since
one.
my history is athlete, do I get like any bonuses to this roll?
Baseball, softball style.
I was thinking more kind of like football because he's a little more of an oblong shape.
Have him curl up in a little ball and throw him.
Or do I just
Throw
roll
him-
it normal?
I just
Throw 'em
roll
like a-
athletics. The fact that you have, it as a trained skill kind of shows it.
Throw him like a
he's
volleyball.
gone. He's gone.
Yeah.
You asked full tilt. It's not my fault.
So you grab on the
We're
price
never gonna find him again.
and he said full tilt and you're like, okay. Like, are you sure? He's like, yeah, I'll do it.
Send him.
and you just see Price fly over the vines, and
Uh-oh.
you probably hear him go. You know, you hear just him flying away. Maybe you underestimated your own
Anybody
strength.
have a gravity answer to this? Is anyone catching him?
Who's gonna catch him? He's flying over.
There's
bushes.
nobody on the other side. You just threw him over.
I don't think he can get through.
Well, I had made it through.
I'm sorry.
Right?
I'm laughing too hard. I gotta go pee. I'll be back.
I did make it through.
I think it was
Didn't Max and I both make it through?
I thought it was a group challenge.
No,
so like
Yeah,
you
it's
have to
a-
get so many successes.
Max was in the middle,
Okay, but did I not make it
partially done.
Like,
I'm in the middle, not fully through.
through? Okay.
Like
so
with the
determining
group. Go ahead.
determining if you get through and how you get through. Basically, it's a group challenge, so everybody does something, and it's a success versus failure count. So
Okay.
then, whether you get through is more of once all the successes and failures are tallied up.
Okay.
So it's like
Uh-huh.
you were picking pathways, right? And then Kaido uses the pathway you chose and he starts hacking away. And I just kind of was randomly squirreling through.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just everybody's collaborative efforts. And if we get too many failures, then nobody makes it through. If we get enough successes, everybody makes it.
I think Price made it a success, but might take damage for it.
Well, Price, would you like to use an inspiration on your 11?
Honestly, no, but we all have them, so I might as well.
I don't have any
Just-
inspiration.
Just to alleviate one.
I would love some
Well,
inspiration.
You did have one and then you used it to try and deceive the bandit. So you're good. You're done.
Is that what I was doing?
There
Uh-huh.
we go.
Okay, effectively a
I'll
success.
I'll stay.
So, I mean, I could describe to you, like, what would happen on the 11, but then, like, none of the negative consequences of it with the 50, because it was
Yeah,
a
go for
15.
it.
So, Kaito grabs you like they're gonna do like an athletic event, like, you know, the discus toss, where, you know, they gotta do like a little spin, then they let you go and you just go flying like, ah. But you know that this is both invigorating as well as terrifying. But the best part, and this is for everybody else's view, Price is flying through the air, hands outstretched, and his cape of bellowing continues to billow.
Let's go. You just hear finally.
You're
That's
you're
epic.
going full speed, so you're 2 fists forward, right?
Yeah.
Not
yeah,
1
100%.
fist half speed, but 2
100%.
fists.
And you are chucked with a force that you have never been thrown at before. Usually the beam is dwarf tossing, but apparently it's gnome tossing tonight.
He's so aerodynamic.
Yes, thanks
With
to
that
the
pointy
thanks to the
hat.
cloak.
I'm back. I'm sorry. How did Price? Is he okay?
Get to
We
that
don't know
part.
yet.
Oh, no.
And
Like a-
Mid-flight.
you look like as you're flying over, you see this, because you'd be going over it, just based on how high you got thrown, and you would see this rickety old, like, just this really old house. There are lights on, just gray and mute of color, just almost like dead coloration. And around it are several gravestones just all over the place. But as this is like literally like a split second kind of thing, you realize that you are losing altitude now, almost cartoonishly so. Like, you know, when they look at the camera, they're like, "Uh-oh," and you start to fall. as you
Oh, this ain't gonna be good.
as it almost looks like you're about to land right into a very thick chunk of just pointy vines and the unsavory landing location.
Can you,
However-
like, grip his capability and kind of use it like a parachute? Please lessen the blow. Is that a thing?
I mean, if he wants to. He
No,
rolled a
I'm
15.
asking that.
So I had a thought. If it would be possible to incorporate this, to use Thorn Whip and like catch on to something and kind of like pull myself in, so I'm not just like slamming through trees and vines and whatnot.
Thorn Whip it is. So you at the last moment think, vines, Thorn Whip, and you do like an Indiana Jones style, like wrap it around a tree branch above, and do like because you have so much momentum, you swing around the branch like 3 times, and kind of wrap it. Your thorn vine gets like wrapped and wrapped and wrapped, but it's enough to
Like
slow you to the
tetherball.
point where you're able to just kind of, by the effect of the spell ending, you land on your feet barely on the other side, and you realize as you look back that there's really not much left of the path that everybody's making their way through. They're probably a good 6 seconds away, just based on the sound, based on leaf carnage, based on all the stuff they're doing. Which, therefore, based on the success and failure rate here, you guys make it through.
Bryce is gonna play dead.
Oh no! Oh no! Hello? Who joined and left? Left and joined? Was that me? What happened?
Hmm?
I don't want to hear nothing. Hello?
Hello.
I don't think you even said anything.
Hello?
I don't think
Okay, I can
anything
hear you guys
happened.
now. I don't know. I just suddenly lost sound, but it's
Oh.
back now.
So, effectively, you guys will have made it through successfully.
Who gets through first?
Bryce.
Second, then, smartass. Who's seeing him play dead?
Probably be me, right? Since I was the next one through. Or the first one, or second one to
Let's
wait.
see.
Was I the
Prob-
first one to stop? I guess I was.
Probably Kali, because I think, let's see, who had the highest roll? Basically, whoever had the highest roll in their check. So, perusing the log, it would be,
Depends on which check you go by.
well, yours was an assist price, so
Alia was a 22.
I
Yep,
was a
so-
23 with throwing him, but my other one was 18. So yeah, so I said it depends on which one you go by.
yep, it
Bald
would be
was a
Kalia.
19.
Well, I'll run over and be like, "Oh no! Oh no, Bryce! Bryce, are you okay?" So first, I'll remember it like, well, wait a minute. He likes to mess with us.
You see one eye open.
Like, oh, Bryce! You scared me so
God
bad.
dang it! You caught me.
It's
I
okay.
thought it was.
I'll bend down. I'll be like, "It's okay. You keep going, and I'll play along. We'll wait till
Oh,
the
yeah,
others
yeah,
come out." Okay.
Oh no, this is evil. I'm gonna give poor Kaido a fucking heart attack.
He'll be fine.
So, yeah, next there would be Vald, then Kaito, then Max.
And I will say to the pirate, see, you weren't the first one to die.
What?
I'll be like,
As I-
"Oh
No.
As I see Price laying
No.
on the ground.
hold on. Let's see. Let's see how good is this. Oh no! Woe is me! For our compatriot has fallen to his doom. No! And you'll just see me with like my hand on my forehead, doing a not very convincing job.
I know I'm supposed to roll an insight for this shit, but Kaido's not good at insight. He would believe that bad of a roll. But I'll do it anyway for the sake of the dice. Yeah, he is.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Okay.
Are you fucking
Right.
kidding me?
If I see
Right.
Kaito start to cry, I will stop. Be like, no, no, no.
Oh, no, he's not going to cry. He's going to get pissed.
Well, no,
Oh.
as Kalia
That's
as
worse.
Kalia's like doing this performance, Price is just almost like you probably see Price's cheeks like start getting red, like he's blushing, and if you're looking at him, he's not moving, but you just see his mouth start to moving, and he's whispering to Kalia, he's like, "Hey, we got to work on this, okay?"
You're like, I'm trying. We gotta practice. Okay, we'll work on it later. You guys probably see us like talking, getting
What's
notes.
Kaido
of
doing?
the performance? Yeah.
Oh, he just looks very pissed, but not necessarily at anyone. He's just pissed in general right now.
I'm gonna like come out of the thickets at the very tail end, right? And I look over, and then I'm gonna look back to Kaido and just be like,
Oh, looks like you killed him, huh?
I think his eye's going to twitch.
Oh no.
Do you have dibs on his stuff, or is it like anybody can?
So all of a sudden, Price sits
Don't
up.
you touch him.
And I'll
sits
just
up
be
like-
like, it's
He's
a
just going to stare as they
miracle.
go sit up.
It's or is
fucking
he
bastard.
undead?
And he's going to storm off a little bit, but not too far because he doesn't want to leave the group. But he is very, very angry at everybody right now.
Okay, so let me get this backdrop.
And then I
again.
will say to Price, you know, I have a safer way to fly.
You can fly?
I can make you fly.
Why haven't we talked about this before?
I think I've used it, so I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
So keep that in mind. If you want to fly,
yeah.
I can
No, I'll never forget
let you
that.
fly. It's just
He's
like
gonna-
I
he's
can
gonna hold
make
out
you
his-
invisible if you want.
His cloak of billowing. Like extend it and then let it
Oh.
go and like allow it to just billow.
Actual flying with your cape of billowing would, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, so I think we're here.
So yeah, you all believe you all got pulled to the scene. Yeah, as you might recognize this from earlier, as I was giving a little hinty hint. You see this just crusty old wooden, almost looks like a little bit of a church because there's like there's like a cross on it, but it just looks like a house. However, the thing that really stands out is the fact that there are gravestones all about it. And there's like this kind of low hanging fog around the area that didn't really see any hint or indication of that making your way through the vines. However, the graveyard starts a good, as best you could determine to be in a graveyard because there's headstones everywhere. But like this graveyard seems to extend out a good like 50, 60 feet from the house.
So first thing I want to do, seeing all the gravestones, I want to check for any signs of grave robbing. And I'm not going to know.
There
Are you like going up to like the trees and knocking on them, being like, "Yep, this looks solid."
Well, no, I'll be looking at the actual graves, the headstones, and not like the actual where they would have been buried. like looking
Yeah.
at the marbling or the stonework, and be like, oh yeah, this is in pretty good shape.
Price is gonna walk over to Kaito, because seeing Kaito kind of walked off a little bit in probably a bit of frustration, and
Is there a
just-
reason why I don't exist? I
It's
just
a-
see a house and nothing
Yeah,
else.
that's
yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
a
We're all
scene setting.
there.
When I typed, I just had like that little ghostly head thing versus everyone else has their icon showing up. So I was like, I'm just not here. Okay. Okay. This is normal. All right. Sorry.
but
Yeah, he's
yeah, Price is gonna walk up and he's gonna say pretty quietly, kind of whispering, yeah. So you remember the conversation that we were having, and some of your concerns. I didn't want to be insensitive with playing the little joke there, but just kind of a literal reminder. You don't have to worry about hurting anyone. 'Cause I'm fine.
Tippy tappies.
This place is spooky though, so we're probably gonna need you. You know, at your best. And Price is just gonna. He's like, how how tall is? I guess Price is like maybe up to your knee. So he'll like pat your front leg.
I made a
maybe.
size chart. Let me remind you what it is.
I remember that you made one. I just don't know where it is. Is it artsy stuff?
I
or
have
what?
it in
Did you add
my-
Maximilian Voldemort to that?
No, because
size
you have
chart?
not given me his height.
5'2".
I will add him
Oh,
in a
he did
second.
mention that, but you might not have been there.
Oh, also maybe add the
missed.
mimics in
Oh,
descending order.
Currently, that's what I have. So let me
Oh, yeah, there we
go expand upon this. Where is my height chart? Here it is. All right. He is. What's his name? Max something.
That's a tall goblin.
Maximilian Voldemort the third.
Actually,
I'm just putting fucking Max. I'm gonna make him purple.
he's not
and
actually a
he's
goblin.
5 foot. You said 2. Correct.
Goblin looking.
Maximilian is a human. In case there's a Twitch chat out there who just called me a goblin. Sorry.
All right, and am I really?
Oh,
adding
for
the
Max. I thought you were talking about Vald. It's like,
Can't even
wait,
walk.
Vald is...
I mean, Scooter's not on there, so
Watch out, he's going goblin mode.
All right. Let me
yeah. Price would say
The
that,
hydrate's
and
getting warm.
he would kind of pat Kaito on the side, and then start looking around.
Oh.
I guess if I could maybe do like a perception check or something, just to. Make sure that there's nothing crawling out of the ground from these.
All right, here
These
is the
graves
other
here.
one with Max as well. But yeah, standing price now 4 foot was the height of your hat. Comes to his
Right.
waist. So your head is probably near his upper thigh, just above his knee. Because there wasn't a centaur option for this thing, so he just looks like a dude in it.
Just the front view. You just can't see the back legs.
I mean, okay, he's totally wearing pants and shoes over his horse feet to blend in. That's totally it.
Yeah, I've seen people put cats in like pirate costumes and same thing.
Didn't we talk about horse pants?
Yeah, there's like a whole debate
at
about
one
it.
point?
It's a thing.
Yes, we did. Are we all rolling perceptions or just Price and Kalia?
That's up to you. Yeah,
I was asking if I could just to see. I guess I specifically asked if I could see if there are any anything crawling out of the ground from these graves now that we're here.
So you would see a lot of like little spiders and like spider webs across the graves. A lot of dust. Definitely a lot of old dusty, you know,
I'm gonna roll
unmaintained
it.
bits. But also with the 24, you're also pretty sure you can hear the sound of like a shovel.
Is it? Is anyone here digging?
Not
None,
I.
none of us. Okay, so I
But
think
I'm
I hear
sitting right
someone.
next to you.
Yeah, I know you're not.
Okay.
I think I hear someone digging around here, which is
Ooh, maybe a fresh grave.
slight. I was gonna say slightly concerning, given all the graves.
Concerning. It just means just probably been in the family for many generations.
Yeah, by the looks of it, all I'm saying is that probably means there was a recent death.
Yeah, all the more opportunity to flip it for a payday.
Whoa, we're not gonna dig up some graves. We're here for treasure.
No, the house.
No, I'm saying
Somebody,
I'm pretty
like,
sure
you know,
someone might be
we might
getting
be able to.
buried right now.
We might be able to get this property for a low price, and
What are you, a realtor?
just could be a good opportunity to make some money.
Are you looking to settle down now that you're older?
I mean, it could be an investment. I mean,
I think it's a bad
in
investment, but you do you.
couple 300, 400 years later, I could come back to it.
300 or
Maybe settle
400
down.
years later, you expect what already looks like something that's kind of run down and about to fall apart to still be here.
Well, you work on it
Uh,
the whole time. That's when I could settle down.
So that's not coming back in 300 years.
Not trying to dissuade you or anything, because it could be maybe lucrative, but as a salesman myself, you got to think about well, what's the thing that they always say?
Curb appeal.
Location, and it was fucking hard to get here.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
pretty
that's-
private. You wouldn't be bothered.
Yeah, no solicitors.
I mean, that's a
Yeah,
that's a plus.
or no buyers.
Well, you would be the buyer, the one buyer.
I'm not
and that's the
buying
only
it.
buyer you need. You only need to be the one buyer, and then you have it.
Don't you have to sell? Are you looking to sell it, right?
Well, yeah, you could like to flip it. Yes.
That's my point. Is to who?
Mole people could just tunnel in and avoid the hedge.
What do they need a house for if they can tunnel a house?
We're gonna. I tell you what. We'll table it. We'll talk to Mayor, and see if maybe we can have like a bit of an expansion or something. This could be like Delruth North.
Who's got the leash? I think it's about time we use it, just to check for any traps ahead.
And I'll turn to the bandit and be like, "See, he wants to use you as bait. I'm not sure why you trust him, but we would be
Oh,
great."
does he trust me or something? I hadn't noticed.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm gonna give him a wink in front of everybody.
Yar.
He did this yar.
But
Oh, I'm not muted. Sorry.
he has a point. We should probably move along. So if you'll be so kind as to show us where this treasure is, we would be grateful.
Hey, that would be this way.
Price is gonna pull out
And-
his little journal, and he's gonna lean over to Vold. He's like, "Hey, I'm gonna make a note down for it. We'll talk about it later."
Okay.
And at that
And then,
point, Price,
go
you
ahead,
hear
sir.
the sound of the shoveling stop.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Digging's over.
I'm gonna ask. Be like, what are you talking about? What digging?
I thought so. I think I heard
The
someone
digging,
digging.
he
Oh, by
literally
the way,
asked if any of us were doing because he could hear it.
he's got his journal still out, and he's gonna flip a couple pages. Because Cully and he were going over notes for wagon building. So I jotted this down. I was thinking about somehow trying to figure out putting saws on the front of a wagon so we can just chop shit down in front of us and never have to do that again.
Oh, yeah, that's a great idea.
If you
I
want to
have
try
some
and help
other
me with
ideas
that.
for you that we can talk about.
Okay,
thought
yeah,
about those.
Mr. Homeowner. Yeah, we'll talk soon.
Well, no, about your adding things to your wagons. I thought about it with the dragon thing, but it wasn't
He's
the
already
appropriate
closed
time. So.
his journal and he's nodding and yep. He's tucked it back in his jacket.
And it's probably not a grave. It's probably just digging a new outhouse location.
Oh my god.
Maybe. I mean, somebody had to dig all these graves. Maybe there's a gravekeeper.
Bryce is just gonna reach up, pat Val on the back. Just yeah. All right, let's go see who's around.
Where'd you hear that digging, Bryce? Where'd it come from?
Well, I looked around. I didn't see anybody, but I could hear it. So maybe around back.
Oh,
So everybody on approach can give me a perception check.
I assume that's everybody then.
Oh, and I was going to mention to the pirate. So if you do a good job in getting us
The number is
the
steadily
treasure
going down.
here, I will make sure that we let you go in a safer location than just letting you go right here.
yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, we'll see what happens.
I mean, Max.
As I'm shaking my head, no, I'm like, yeah, you better do what he says, or else.
I like watching the numbers just progressively getting lower. 12, 10, 7.
25, 15, 12, 10, 7.
So, what do I perceive?
As you start taking footsteps towards this house, it's almost like the air gets a little bit thicker. And not just because it's foggy, but like it's almost like this oppressive air about the area. And as you're moving closer, it's almost like the trees themselves are just kind of like moving in, but they're not moving. Like imagine like somebody putting like a fisheye lens on, and just everything starts to seem distorted. But it's
Whoa.
just kind of like almost like a creepy movie where it kind of feels like the trees are like coming towards you, but then you blink and they're just like they're not. You know, it's kind of like a trick of the mind kind of thing.
Spooky.
And also with that perception, you hear footsteps coming from around the back. They're very slow. They're very light. And it kind of sounds like something being dragged.
I'll kind of turn to the group and whisper, I think I hear somebody coming. And they might be dragging something? I don't know. I don't know who it is, but we should probably be cautious.
We are coming up on somebody's house, so we might want to announce our presence.
Well, maybe, but
Got
how do we
it.
know it's their house? Let's wait and see what we see first. Because if it's haunted, what if it's a zombie? We don't want to like wake up a bunch of them. Let's
Then we
see who it
can
is first.
Deal with the zombie.
Then be
Yeah.
my guest.
Let's wait and see. And then we can announce
Okay.
ourselves if it's somebody who is living.
I'm gonna like put my hands up into finger gun kind of like position, right?
and say, stink bombs are ready.
Oh, please, God, no.
Yeah, not that again, please. That was real
I
bad.
mean, it single-handedly won us the fight last time.
It
Did it,
not.
though?
It definitely did not. And
You are all very welcome.
I'm just gonna shake my head. Okay, so who do we see coming around the house? I think we should probably all like not hide, but maybe kind of hide, so we're not just obviously like standing in front of this house.
That's what you want to do.
I know. In fact, I want to
Welcome
maybe
back.
stealthily make my way ish over just to get a better view from the side of the house that they're coming around.
Well, before you get around to the side of the house, you would spot what looks like almost just like a humanoid figure covered in like rags, like looks like old, dirty, torn like robes and whatnot, but they're just really shabby and shoddy and dirty. And at their side appears to be a shovel that's just being dragged behind them. And this what looks like you can't really see like the body because it's it's obscured. But the hands really stand out. They look like really old, kind of like veiny. But they look like very malnourished, probably a very old person. Yeah. And they're just caked with dirt as this individual just slowly meanders up. Almost looks like they're hunched over a little bit, like they got some kind of back problems. And then this cloaked and hooded figure takes note of you, and you hear a voice come from them. What? Hey, visitors. Oh, yes, visitors. Hello, visitors. Welcome. Welcome. It's been so long since I've had visitors. Hello.
So do I
can see
sense
why.
anything like dangerous from them with my 18 insight?
I mean, not from what they're currently doing.
So nothing
They're
nefarious.
not being malicious.
Okay. Well, then I'll stand up more straight and be like, "Hi, sorry to intrude, but we didn't realize that there would be anybody here. Is this your house?"
Does Price have
Yes.
a brother?
What the hell is
I'll
that
look
supposed
back.
to
I'm gonna
mean?
look.
Be like, these don't look anything like Bryce.
Hey,
I'll turn to the
Momo,
bandit and be like, "Do you know this guy?"
type in exclamation D20. They look way taller than him. Like they look like they're probably humanoid height.
I know.
Hey, Momo, good
Are
or
you
bad?
the caretaker of this fine establishment?
Good or bad? No context. Yes, I keep the graves. I keep them happy. I keep them sane. Yes, it's my job. My job. My job, yes.
That sounds like a very important job. You do good work. These graves look very well tended, very cared for. I'm going to pat one of the
Right.
headstones. I mean, who am I to judge this guy for his lifestyle, right?
Okay.
So, but turning to the bandit, I'll kind of ask him, be like, "So, do you know this guy? You've
This
been here
guy
before."
creeps me right the fuck out.
That's fair. Was he here the last time you were here?
Yes, and that's why I don't go here much. I know of it. I know a couple of things here, but then when this guy shows up, I am right the fuck out of here. Can you let me go now? We're here.
Yeah, but where's the treasure you're talking about?
Somewhere in the house.
Yeah, that wasn't the deal. You get to leave when
Yeah.
we get treasure.
It was the deal. He would show us where the treasure actually is.
But saying
No
that this is in the
treasure.
vicinity of this, that's not exactly leading us to the treasure.
Exactly. So, You can take us in the house, and we'll let this fine gentleman keep tending his graves.
You're just gonna break and enter.
I mean,
Well-
we can try the door.
We should probably ask him.
Ask him,
Like-
yeah.
I would like to charm person, the gravekeeper. And it's just gonna be me just kind of like humming a little bit and clearing my throat as like step by step I'm approaching, palms out to let them know I mean no harm. And almost doing like a Crocodile Dundee thing with like the 2 fingers. That's my favorite thing to do, like the pinky and the index finger, and here he does the crocodiles, right? And whether or not this succeeds, that's a DC 15 wisdom saving throw. And be like,
Sorry to bother you, sir, but our great auntie was sick, and she told us to come take care of her house here, and I think we're locked outside is what the issue is.
and then I will give a look back to everybody else to be like, go along with this.
12.
Oh no.
Advantage you compare to fighting it. It fails saving throws. Ends. Till you. Da 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 da. Okay.
Do we need to roll anything to go along with it?
I think
Wait,
you just
you
don't
want-
like
he's
say
gonna cast
anything
Charm
bad.
person. Advantage. They're not fighting him. Okay. Okay. Hey, he's humanoid. Yes. 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 You can. You may. Well. Normally, I wouldn't let people in. It's dangerous in there. Dangerous. Dangerous. You could get hurt. You would not want to enter. No, 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 no.
Oh,
And then
thank
he
you
looks
so
to the-
much for thinking of us. Mhm.
And then he looks at the bandit. You. I seen you go in. Unwise. They remember. They don't forget. They don't. No, they have not forgotten you. They have not forgotten you.
Yeah, that guy back there, he's quite a character, right? Anyways, since you and I are kind of besties now, do you think there are any alternative entrances instead of like the front porch? Like maybe there's a second story window we could go through that you just happen to have the key for, or something you've left unlocked, like a safer approach?
Storm door.
Around the back, yes, the back, the rear, yes, other entrance. House much larger than you think. Much,
It's bigger
much
on the
larger.
inside.
Oh yes, yes, much, much.
And you're gonna go with us, right?
I cannot, unfortunately.
Why?
They have not forgotten me either.
What happens if we bring him in?
I'm gonna plug my thumb towards the pirate.
Hmm? He just looks. He kind of looks longingly towards a grave nearby. One of many who've tried. They fail. They all fail, and it's claimed by them.
Does anybody want to shove him through the front door and we'll take the back?
We're not just gonna shove him through the front door.
I just feel like if he's done the house wrong and the house wants to take him back, it's probably better off if he's not on our side.
I mean, that might just enrage the ghosts and the spirits inside. Do we really want to do that?
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't want to be doing something like that.
So what all
What are
do
you
actually
chicken or
know
something?
since you've been in there before?
If it means being thrown to the spirits, then yes, I would. You definitely say I am a chicken.
Yeah, start clucking like
Did
one.
you bring
then.
some tunes?
Oh,
Unfortunately,
let him be, Max. I mean, it sounds like it's pretty scary in there.
I wish I did, but
So
I couldn't.
I'm
Finding
gonna turn to the
music that
bandit.
won't get
So
me DMCA
what have you
struck is,
taken from
ugh.
the house so far?
Sorry, say again.
I'm going to ask him what he's taken from the house so far that might have made the ghosts remember him.
Are you asking the guy or the bandit?
The bandit.
Well, I tried to take a ring or two out of a chest, and, well, it didn't go well for me mates.
Ah. So, all right. Yeah, I definitely think you need to stick with us and tell us what to watch out for while we're in there.
So
But don't worry, we'll do our best to protect you.
you told us about treasure. We got all the way here. And now you're telling us that if we take anything, we're all gonna die.
Well, he did say it was haunted, slightly in his defense, but he did not mention that part.
Well, I told you there was treasure. And there is treasure. I didn't lie about that. I believe it would be
That
your
is
fault for
true.
not asking the follow-up question.
Well, we also made the agreement that once we got the treasure, then we'd let you go.
That's
I-
right. So you got to help us get that treasure so we can let you go.
Well, it sounds like you want to be throwing me into the house till the ghost's on me own, so it seems like
Just
The
because one
contract might
person
be-
That
said
is
it, that
accurate.
does not mean we all want to.
Well, I mean, it sounds like it's something that one person alone wouldn't be able to take care of. And we didn't bring you here to kill you intentionally. So we could all go in. And then if it proves untenable, we could leave.
just that.
However, you still would have to help us find and acquire some treasure before we'd be able to let you go.
He taps his bearded chin with his one free hand. What if I were to tell ye that the treasure was in your hearts all along? It was the journey, not the destination.
That is lovely, but not the kind of treasure that we are looking for, and you know it. But that's okay. You've been in here once. I'm sure it'll be just an easy thing to go back in, right?
Sure, yes. Easy.
All right. Well, you lead the way. It looks like there's nothing to it but to head in. I mean, we could all go through the back way if you want. But I think we should probably stick together.
He did say the house is bigger than we think, so we have to keep that in mind as well.
It's true. Well, and if we go through the back way, maybe it'll be less likely that the
And
spirits
if
will
it's
send us.
bigger than we think, do we have a way to mark our path to find the way back out?
Hmm.
We could probably use a rope
Probably it's okay.
Yeah, that's probably good.
or multiple ropes to tie them together so we can and tie it to the outside
1 hour. Okay.
Yeah.
and
1
take it
hour
in.
charm.
But we could also ask the guy if he knows where any valuables in the house would be.
Well, but do you think that we should ask the groundskeeper where things are that we plan on stealing?
It's a great idea.
Well,
Hey,
I mean-
groundskeeper.
I mean, like,
Well,
Yes,
yes.
I have a feeling like if we
Ask him
could
for if he has a map
convince
of the
them
place
that
before you
those
ask
could
that.
be the source of what's causing them to be unhappy,
that's
that
true.
us removing them could
And ask for a map.
I like.
Good,
Let's start with
good.
Kaito's suggestion first to see if the guy has a map, because if so, that would definitely be helpful. And then we can.
I've got him
go
under
from there.
hypnosis for about 50 more minutes, so
Oh, good. Well, let's start with asking him about a map, and then let's go
Did
from
you
there.
say, oh, good to someone being under hypnosis?
I mean, it's that way. He's calm and he's not afraid, and he's not being harmed.
hey GK, do you have any kind of like maps or anything for this place?
Perhaps no. I do not go in much. Only in the front. That is the only place they let me go.
Oh, what's your
sorry.
name, by the way?
Oh yeah.
Kren. They call me Kren. Close to friend. Because I am friendly. Friendly.
So you're Kryn the friend?
A shaky hand, like his
That's
shaky
my
hand
friend,
is just
the
kind of
wrench.
like, just kind of holding the shovel.
Hi, my name's
crap.
Farv. Farv Bretts. And I'm gonna like comb my hair with my hand, and then with my other hand, I'm gonna hold it out to shake.
He meanders up, not really limping, but you know how like, older folks who are not in the best shape kind of like move real slow and almost methodically. I hear
So,
myself and
even
calling
out
his
there.
mic.
do you have any tips that you could share with us, since we're best friends and everything, on how to survive this house?
Yes, yes. The spirits, yes. Many spirits, they love riddles, riddles everywhere, they say. They don't tell me, but they tell others of their own, I think. I don't know.
Oh, I love riddles. Do you have any?
Hmm?
Do you have any riddles you could share with us?
Mhm.
And their
There's a
answers?
there's a moment where he kind of thinks. Um, I have some of my own, yes, yes, but the ones they have, no, they don't tell me.
Oh, so they want to ask the riddles. I thought they wanted one asked to them, and I was going to borrow one of yours.
No, they like
Hey,
their
what are you
own.
doing with that shovel?
I dig. They want me to
Can I borrow
dig.
it?
Yes,
Take a shovel.
you now have a shovel.
Oh, wow, look at you. You kind of make a little jingle when you walk. Do you got anything in your pockets?
What pockets?
In your robes? I don't know, wherever you keep things. I'm going to like pat myself, be like, I got a little bit of beef jerky. I got some scripts of paper. What do you have?
I'll be like, Max, maybe he has keys that we could, just borrow
Ooh.
to check on the house.
Stop encouraging this.
What about it,
It's a
Kryn
great
the
idea.
friend? You got any keys?
I have the one that gets me into the one room. Yes, the one room. The room that they let me in.
Oh, that sounds amazing. Can I borrow it and I'll give it back in? And I'm going to like lick my index finger, put it up in the air as if I'm testing the wind. 42 minutes.
Sure, anything for a friend. Just be
Hey.
careful. If you leave the first room, they get upset. Upset. Upset.
What if we leave the first room walking backwards?
Good question. Perhaps you should try it. Yes, try it.
Yeah, I think I will. Did he give me the key?
Yeah.
Nice. And so you don't have any maps. All you had is a key and a shovel. You don't have anything like, you got something to eat on you, or I'm just kind of starving a little bit.
He shakes his head.
And then instead of getting something from him, I'm gonna give him some beef jerky ration.
Ah.
So let's give him one ration.
Dried flesh?
Not just any flesh, flesh of horses.
And I'm gonna look back at Kaido, and then give like a little sneer, and then look back at Kryn.
That there's the finest horse jerky you'll ever find.
Ooh. He takes it and it's just like he's just so weak. But he was carrying a shovel, so he's not unable to carry it, but it's just it takes him a moment to like grab it, and he doesn't really seem like he stashes it anywhere. Just kind of holding it. He
Hmm.
has no pockets.
I'm gonna look back to the group, kind of wait for their kind of input to see if there's anything we could be missing that we need.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Try that again, Val.
Can we ask about treasure now?
Yeah, sounds like he's kind of on board with whatever we want to ask him.
Oh, yeah. Like I said earlier, my auntie sent us, and there's a whole bunch of valuables that she left inside, and she was like, be sure to get the most expensive things you can find. because they're there for you. We're being bequeathed, actually. Do you know where those are?
Treasure thing?
Well, treasure's just what we call it. It's just anything valuable: pearls, gold, paintings.
Paintings?
Um,
Yes. And he holds up a finger, like a really weak finger. Is it just kind of, he's trying to hold it up, but it's like really shaky. Yes, paintings. There are paintings in there. Yes, mini paintings in the room, the first room. The first room, mini paintings. Memories.
What happens if you touch those paintings?
Nothing
You promise?
that I know of.
Have you ever touched one?
Yes. I realign them. They are always crooked, always crooked. Must get them straight.
All right, so I vote that we leave our friend Byron the pirate out here with the Kryn the friend.
Well, he needs to show us where he went to go find the rings that he got.
He has
left.
upset the spirits of this house, and as soon as he steps inside, they're gonna go crazy and start raging.
Maybe, but we don't know where else to go.
But that's like saying, let's set off the alarm, bringing him in instead of trying it ourselves. Was this your first B&E?
I mean, technically,
Breaking Henry.
don't really make a habit.
Look, group decision. Everybody who thinks the bandit has served his purpose and he's free to hang out with Kryn the friend, we can hand the leash over to the gravekeeper. Raise your hand if you'd like to get the house upset with us and possibly eat us. Raise your other hand.
How about a third option of
I-
I don't want to send him to his possible death and we leave him out here despite him not being finished with the agreement?
I have a third or a compromise option. We bring him to the door. He doesn't step inside yet.
Oh, see, I was like, CDO, what's that?
While we go in the front room, and I can stand at the door with him, so that way he can talk to us and direct us. Well, at least in the first room.
Don't worry, I haven't forgotten your 13 roll and
I'm
bad option.
confused. Who's the house mad at?
The bandit
Apparently
for
him.
stealing something.
Shame on you.
You realize we're probably going to do the same thing.
I plan on
Yeah, I was
it.
gonna say you're gonna say shame on you, and we're apparently here for the exact same reason when we already have something else we're supposed
No,
to be
you
doing.
don't. No, you don't understand. Because he fucking got us here. He was supposed to get us to the treasure. And now he's got this bullshit excuse about the house
But
being
my
mad at
question
him.
is, how did we get so derailed into treasure when we're supposed to be figuring out this
Well,
magic crap for the
The
guild?
gravekeeper said that if this man goes back in the house, he's going to end up in a grave, guaranteed.
Well, he didn't say that. He just says that they remember him.
And then I asked what would happen, and then he pointed to
pointed to the
empty
grave.
Oh, did he point? Oh, sorry, I missed that. Out of character. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I was wondering why you're trying to get
Which
this
is
guy
why
killed. so
I'm against him
desperately.
going in
No,
there.
that's
I
why
offered to let him stay
won't
out
be
here.
in the house.
Yeah,
he will be
okay.
right outside with the open
yeah.
door.
That's why I'm saying shame on you. Not for stealing. It's for being a fucking liar.
Well, shame on him for getting caught. And
Well, shame on him also for attacking people that probably didn't attack him first. But that was then, and we're trying to, figure it all out. I don't want him
Why
to get
don't I
hurt.
just
but-
lightning bolt him right now?
Well, we don't need to kill the guy.
Lightning bolt.
I kinda
Lightning
want
bolt. I'm just encouraging him.
You pick up like
And I'm going to look at the
some
bandit and be
some
like,
like stones and throw them like lightning bolt.
I'm going to look at the bandit and jerk my thumb over toward Bax and be like, you see, this is who you've been like agreeing with for this while. I'm like, it doesn't seem like he has your best interest at heart. But
Do
it's
you?
okay. So, I mean, better than lightning bolting him. But
Hmm.
okay. So I'm gonna turn to Bandit and be like, okay. So from the first room, did you go in the front or the back door? First of all, last time you were here.
Last time I was here, I went in through the front.
Okay. And did you go through the next room? Is that, and then, or was the chest in the first room?
Give me a sec. I gotta go to that particular map that you guys aren't on yet. Because it takes a second to load it. So, going in through the front, you would have gone.
You know, he doesn't have to stand next to a window if only one of us had, I don't know, telepathy.
To.
This
Okay.
might be a dumb idea, but what if we just disguised him as someone else and just
Oh.
walked in the house?
I mean, that's a good idea. Oh yeah, Max, you had some costume stuff. Like
Oh, a
makeup
lot.
and things. Yeah. Why don't you help us transform this bandit into someone else so that the
Slide
ghost can't remember him?
I slide my backpack off, right? There's all sorts of
Right.
shit in there, and disguise kits and forgery kits and
Well,
costume changes.
I'm not sure something like that's gonna work for whatever is possessing this house.
Why
It's
not?
fine. It's fine. It'll be okay.
The graveyard area.
Okay, you get him dead, it's
Uh-oh.
on you. I have nothing to do with this.
Came in through here.
Tell you what,
Realize
I got an
One, two.
idea.
Okay.
It's just crazy enough to work. I'm gonna dress him up like me, and then I'm gonna cast disguise self and make myself him. And then I'm gonna go inside that house with him. And if it comes after me, I'm gonna pull the disguise off and show that I'm not him, and they attacked me unfairly, and that's bullshit. And in the rules of the supernatural and the dead, they now owe me one free mistake.
Wait,
I
are
mean-
you one free mistake?
That sounds very complicated. How
But
about
there's also the possibility that they go straight for him because they still recognize him past your disguise.
And
So,
then nobody
all-
that mattered died.
All I'm saying, my opinion here is,
Are
we
you
were
saying
gonna
this in
kill
front
the
of?
bandit anyway. We didn't because we decided to talk to him. He told us about treasure. Told us he would take us not only where the treasure is, but to it. Once we got said treasure, we were going to let him go. And so, I mean, he's not really helping us with what he said he was going to help us with. And so, in that case, I don't really feel like he's holding up his end of the bargain. His worth is not panning out. If we're going to have to go find the treasure anyway without him, then why the fuck are we keeping him alive?
It's
Now
our
you're
word.
starting to sound like me mates more and more.
I don't care who I sound like. We were going to kill you days ago.
Exactly.
But answer
Also,
my
I haven't
question
exactly
then.
said no yet either.
Why are we after treasure when we're trying to figure out this magic shit? How did
Because
this
we
become the
can't-
priority?
Because we
Well-
can't figure out the magic shit, and he mentioned a haunted house, which might be the source of some of the magic shit.
Have you used
Mhm.
detect magic yet?
I know.
Well, maybe you should do that.
I'm going to sit down for a second.
Do that.
Are you winded already, old man?
No, hey. Yes,
It's
I
okay.
am.
We can wait on you.
Actually, I am.
Granddaddy needs a nap. I get it.
Okay. But at least everyone is understanding.
Can I cast a message to the bandit and just telepathically just whisper to him, I'm just pretending to be enemies with you so that they don't know we're in league together. So just keep pretend fighting back on me. That's it. In message.
In message. Beep.
That's how I say it to him. Like, that's it. End message.
Yeah, Price is going to work to try and ritual cast detect magic, so he'll be sitting down for about 10 minutes.
All right, so these are the notes that we've got, right? First, we're gonna send the bandit in through the front door so that all the ghosts eat him and their eyes are off of us. Remember, don't
No.
leave the first room. You have to answer the riddles. We do have a key to the one room and a shovel. Go through the back door and make sure if you see any paintings that you straighten them. Right?
That's only in the first room.
Partly right. We're not sending him in. He's gonna
Are you
stay
sure? Because I,
outside.
oh boy, I really hate this guy. He gets on my last nerve.
Yeah, and so I am going to stand with him at the entrance.
Yeah, it's Max, by the way.
Oh, wonderful. You'll hear everybody scream and die.
No.
Is this
can
a
you
terrible
ask-
plan?
Can you ask the gravekeeper fellow? And I might have missed it because I'm old and tired. But can you ask him if, what exactly we're dealing with in here?
Who are they?
Oh, hey, Grind. What are we dealing with? Are these like the embodiment of those who lived here and their greed is eternal or something? Or like, what are these spirits? What are we dealing with?
Hmm? They are very angry, constantly angry. Spirits, yes, many, many. And he's peering around at several gravestones. Some do not leave. They do not want to leave. They want, but they cannot have, and that makes them angry.
What do they want?
Earlier. Mhm.
Oh, yeah. What do they want?
Good question. They do not tell me what they want. They just wail. They howl in the night. They scream. They do not silence. I hear them constantly. Too many, too many, too many.
Why do you stay here?
I cannot leave.
Why? What's holding you here?
Hmm.
Do you not know?
Something. Compulsion? Yes, compulsion. Yes, something. Something more powerful than me. Something that does not let me leave.
Hmm.
All right, I'll tell you what. We're gonna go in there and negotiate with that something powerful, and I'm gonna make sure
For
that
a
you get to
timeshare.
leave, and then you're gonna join us in our band of merry adventurers, right?
We will see. We will see.
Speaking of seeing, you said that you can't go inside with us. So if I go in there and then a couple hours later there's you with an evil mustache inside, like that's not gonna happen, right?
No,
With an evil
I do not have an
mustache?
evil mustache. I lack all that would be to make a mustache.
Well, I can't grow one neither. All right, I think that's all the information we're gonna get out of him. I think he's just a creeper who doesn't know what's going on.
Well, it sounds like he's trapped here. Maybe we can find a way to help him get released.
Would you like that, Crin? Do you want us to get you released?
Freedom would be fun. Freedom, yes, yes, that would be lovely. And he kind of very slowly claps his hands together.
Does anybody have a hat? Does anybody wear a hat?
Yeah.
Price
No.
does.
Hmm.
Price. Can I borrow this? I'm gonna try to
Do
snatch
not.
Price's hat. Too late.
Can
No.
kind of intercept.
No, don't. Why? What?
I just need it for like 10 seconds. I'll give it back.
Don't. For what?
Just it's for Craig.
Who's
You just keep
Craig?
doing your business. I'm asking permission. Can I please have your hat as I'm actively touching the hat?
The last time I let someone borrow something, they put it on a table and it disappeared forever.
That's not gonna
That did
happen this
happen.
time.
Okay. Sure.
All right, I'm gonna grab Price's hat and I'm gonna hold it over my heart and I'm gonna look at Krind and I'm gonna say, you know, it's like they say, freedom isn't free. It has a price. And then I'm gonna look down like I'm like respecting like the fallen or something, right? So you gotta promise me that there's a lot of treasure in there that's gonna make this okay. Gold, maybe? Rubies, jewels, gems?
He already said he doesn't know what's in there.
Yeah, but putting pressure on it.
Yeah, kind of is speaking to you, not me.
I cannot promise much. There are paintings, many paintings, possibly valuable, but if you take them, the house might not like that.
Okay, first of all, I'm not afraid of the house. The house should be afraid of me. Second of all, I'm not a thief. I'm gonna barter.
Barter.
So how about 50 gold for your freedom?
Money, money, I have none. None. Money gone.
That's true. So what I'm gonna do instead is you'll just work off your debt to me. That sounds fair, right? I'll pay you 5 silver a day. After I free you, that is.
Freedom, freedom sounds fun.
You're gonna be the
Fun.
freest person that's ever lived, and then you'll be indebted to me and have to do everything I say and tell you.
Ever lived. Yes.
Anybody want to insight check that?
Yeah, right?
Uh,
So what's going on in that head of his?
sorry, I'm still giggling.
The DM broke himself.
Sometimes you're just so into it, you know. You're in the zone.
The auto zone.
Get
Sorry.
in the zone. Don't worry, I'm old enough to know that. On a 17, he rolled a 9. On a 17, with him saying it in that way, and just how he's been interacting with you, you get the feeling that just kind of the change in pitch and tone, just kind of this random intermingling, this random swapping. Well, for one, you could probably already tell there's something off about this dude. But the thing that really seems weird with that insight is, while yes, he is telling the truth, there is almost like there's more than one voice in his head, and just it's almost like this, almost like more than one person inhabiting a body, and every so often it just jumbles, it gets mixed. They imagine a legion, there's a legion in his head, and they're all having the same thoughts. They're all having the
He's
same.
Unity.
Yeah, they're all having the same thoughts and intent, but some of the voices boil to the surface more than others. I mean, or he's just a hand puppet.
Well, either way, it sounds maybe like we might need to be careful about releasing him from his indentured servitude. So I'll kind of like lean over to Val and be like, we maybe want to be careful with this guy. He seems like there's more than one opinion in that head, if you get my drift.
So he might be the they.
All right, so I'm gonna hand him this hat and say, "Look, I need you to hold on to this and take care of it for us, because we're gonna need this back when we're done." That's just a promise that we're coming back for you and that hat, and we're gonna free you.
Really?
I mean,
It's what good people do.
Good people do it with their own
I
things.
say as
not
I look
someone
back to
else's.
Right.
Kaido.
I'll be like, oh, but you know what? That's definitely probably not the promise hat. Max, I think for this to work properly, you have to give him something that was actually yours. And I'm going to take the hat back and give it back to Bryce.
Okay, I think she's gonna have to contest this old man for this hat, right?
Who's got no strength and couldn't even hold a piece of jerky.
I just want to see if she knocks him down trying to get this hat from him.
Well, no, I mean, you hadn't given it to the guy yet, right? You were going to, and I was going to take it from you before you gave it to the guy.
I don't know. That's a DM call. I was handing it over.
So
No, you can have it.
yeah, he wasn't gonna take it anyways. No. No need. Hat is useless to me. Useless. These robes are perfect. Perfect.
I'm gonna I want to smile at this guy and cast spell at Kalia. It's not spell. Cast a message at Kalia, and then just say, "I'm pretend giving him things to win his trust. He's not gonna accept it.
But you already have a bamboozled with a spell.
Right?
This is
You're like,
private.
but
This is telepathically."
I know this is me OOC like confused. Like, but you spelled him. What?
I
I mean,
Sorry.
spelled
that
one
was
of
my
them.
thought too. It's
I
like,
didn't think I was talking in the kind of voice. Sorry.
OOC, I spelled one of him for sure. I didn't get confirmation that it worked.
oh yeah, that's a. I guess if there are multiple entities
Mhm.
in his head, then one of them may be charmed, but others may not be.
I'll just add on. Sometimes you have to lie like 27 different types of ways before somebody really falls for it.
And I'll just look at him and be like, well, you would know.
Damn.
Are you doing this with message? Because anytime I
Do I
whisper
have
you
to?
that way, you have the option.
Oh yeah, yeah, I probably
I
would.
did not
And
know.
I'll
Oh, well
probably
then
say
I
that,
would actually grin at her at that and think that's hilarious.
then I'm just gonna give that look that's like, we're on to you, buddy.
So Max
But-
and Kali are just staring at each other, smiling, no words. Seconds
Oh, no.
pass, a minute.
I think you've lost your chance, Bald. She's moving on.
Well,
That's
at
true.
that point, I'll just say, well, since you do have really lovely robes, and you don't need this hat, and I'm gonna gently take the hat and hand it back to Price. I'll just pop it right on Price's head since he's for doing his ritual for detect magic. And yeah, we appreciate your help. And do you have any other advice for if we wanted to make our way through the house more safely?
Mm. Oh. Do not disturb the resting. They sleep, but not all are fully sleeping. Yes.
Gotcha. And are they? Do they take solid form? Have you ever seen one be able to manipulate objects?
Sometimes in the night, shadows shift, yes. The graves, they rise and fall and rise again. Yes.
Oh, so the denizens of the graves also come out of the graves at times?
Some, yes, they do. But they don't bother me. They know I am the keeper.
How do they know that you're the keeper? Is there something that you carry that lets them know that?
He's bound to hear. They probably know what.
Well,
That
I'm
is.
let me ask him because I'm curious if he has
Okay,
like a
sorry, ma'am.
well out of character here because like I'm curious like does he have like an amulet
Well, yeah,
that they can
Kaido was
cleanse?
chiming in.
I'll stop. I'm sorry.
They know me? How? I do not know. But they do not bother. They do not. No. They do not bother. They leave me alone.
Well, that it seems very helpful. Thank you. Definitely getting a little creeped out. But, he's been very helpful so far, so nice job, Max. And I'll just give Max kind of like a like somewhat uncertain smile and a thumbs up.
Yep, I'm gonna
And
give it
then
back.
I'll check in with Price to be like, how's that detect magic ritual coming along?
40,
I
20.
think I'm almost done.
All
I
right.
will address the bandit. So in your previous attempt at stealing from the house, were there actual spiritual entities, or was it just this guy?
Oh, I remember this fella.
I've
But
got a
also,
follow-up
there was
question.
something real angry in there.
And
Okay,
did
sure.
it? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like this is important. So you've been in there and you tried to steal stuff and they got angry with you. How did you escape?
That was gonna be my question. Yeah.
Well, let's just say sometimes when you're being
No, let's
chased
not
by
just say no,
something.
no.
What?
Let's not just say something random that
Oh
we're gonna
no, it's
have to
not. Let,
either
let me
parse or figure
finish.
out.
I'm going to finish. I'm answering your
I'm
question.
tired. Okay.
There may or may not have been one of me mates that runs slower than me, and I may or may not have tripped him.
So you sacrificed one of your group to escape from these angry entities. Yes.
They would have done the same.
That doesn't make it right.
Works every time.
I'm gonna turn to the rest of the group, like especially, Wild and Kaito, and ask, well, or just say, be like, I don't want to have to, kill our bandit friend if we don't have to. But I'm gonna turn then to the bandit. But I find it difficult to trust and find where our honor is in this, because you willingly agreed to take us to the treasure in hand, and yet you knew all along that your life would be in danger if you were to go to said treasure.
It-
So
to his defense, he might not have known that because the caretaker told us that.
that he was remembered by them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
So,
That's fair.
He did just tell us that he sacrificed one of his crew to get out.
yeah, but
Yeah, but he wouldn't know.
he
that
might
you
not know if
wouldn't be
they,
able to get back in.
he
like,
might
without-
not know that they would remember him, whatever it is.
Oh, you
And
know
I-
what we
I don't-
could do?
Yeah, but I don't think that was necessarily. Like, he knew that there was danger here.
Which he was clear about.
He said it was a haunted. He didn't say that he had to. Like it's been a bit of a give and take of the amount of information
Half-truths.
provided.
Yeah.
If only you
think I
had
do
charm
remember him-
person sooner.
Well, I feel like we did have that available to us, and a certain someone who had it did not volunteer that information of it being available. But
Might not have been prepared.
well, maybe.
I don't prepare spells.
Maybe he just wanted to stink cloud somebody else then.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, we know that's a fact.
I got all sorts of useful spells. They'll remain a mystery.
Uh huh.
So
Well,
I
I-
still have the theory that the caretaker is probably there's other entities in him, and he might be controlling some of the issue that's happening in the house, or the other
D&D
entity,
campaign.
other identities in him.
Who do you think you are, a
Maybe.
wizard?
So now that we
Preparing
have
for a
detect
fight?
magic active, I specifically wanted to check the caretaker.
Mhm.
He
And
referenced
his robes.
he referenced his robes. I also want to check the house, doors, windows, anything that we might be able to see. And I guess you mentioned that there was about 50 or 60 feet of like graves and headstones, but again, theater of the mind, picturing wherever we're standing, whatever's any graves or anything like that within 30 feet, just to see if there's any pings of magic.
Ooh, yeah, like some distinctly undead magical graves that may have undead that writes out of them occasionally.
All right. So just by activating that spell, Bryce, I need you to give me a Constitution save.
All right.
As you know what it's like when you're sitting at your computer, having a good time, looking at stuff in dark mode, and then a YouTube video pops up and it's a flashbang video.
Oh fuck.
Oh Jesus. It is so this area is so saturated with so many arcane aspects from maybe just before, you fail the Constitution throw save, you definitely pick up some necromancy, but it's like that split second before the flashbang just takes effect. And so long as you have detect magic up here, so damn it. Sorry. So long as you have detect magic up within this area, you will have disadvantage on any perception based, so that would be vision based checks. Because while yes, you can see auras, it's so potent. Like imagine the swirling nexus of arcane that you've been seeing before, and at this point it's almost like you're in the epicenter. You're like standing in front of the fucking sun, basically.
Oh, wow, so maybe this is the source of all the crazy magic going on lately.
And it hurts just to like have just to look at it. And I'd even say like even closing your eyes, it's still just like there's no getting away from it.
It's funny you say that. So okay. So as Price is he stands up, and Kali had just asked if the detect magic was ready, and he says, "Yeah, just a moment." And as he stands up, and you just kind of see him turn, probably in the direction of the gravekeeper, but just he kind of does like a half a scan, and he just falls to the ground, down to his knees, hands and knees, and he's just like, "Oh!" And he's shaking his head. You see, with one hand, he reaches up and he pulls the front edge of his hat down to about like the tip of his nose, so his hat's covering his eyes completely, and you just see him kind of sitting there shaking his head, and then he sits back for a second, and he'll look around. He's there's oh, it's so bright. Oh, there's so much magic here. You can almost see he's like in discomfort with what he'd seen.
And so that would also something that Max would be aware of. That would take away an extra 10 minutes off the timer. On top of, the time after that. So you probably got about 20 or so minutes left.
Mm-hmm. I think I'll go ahead and mention that I'm gonna cast message again because it's a cantrip at Talia. Just say,
Oh, by the way, we've got 15 minutes before this guy knows that he was under hypnosis and he's gonna get really, really angry.
you're muted.
So we should, skedaddle if we can.
Skedaddle? What? I mean, we could
This is
subdue him.
telepathically
Well-
to Kalia.
We could
Uh,
subdue
it's like-
him.
Right. So, well, yeah, I mean,
Preemptive.
so, well, okay. So I'll whisper to everybody because he messaged that to me. So,
Yep.
Val, you wouldn't have heard that.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I'll whisper and be like, oh, look, sounds like we only have like 15, 20 minutes left. And then I'll reply to Max, be like, can you charm him again?
Probably not.
Okay. Yeah. Since you're besties and he basically does whatever you say, can you get him to like willingly, I don't know, like tie himself up or something?
I mean, I took away his shovel and his key. I don't know if he's got a lot of options here.
Maybe ask if he'll give you his robes, because it sounds like those were part of what helped keep him safe.
All right. You want me to have a naked old man out here digging graves? That's fine.
All right, end of like telepathic message. I'm gonna turn to him and be like,
Hey, Kryn the friend, I'm gonna need your robes. It's just so chilly out here. I'm about to pass out. Can I have them?
Friend needs robes. Very cold, old for an old man.
Yeah, well, Favre Brett needs them too, because I'm even older and colder than you are.
Can I take them off? You can try. You can try.
all right, I'm gonna try to take his clothes off.
So you get to work on trying to undress an old man in a graveyard at night in front of a
Talia
creepy
said
old
we
house.
need it to happen. All right? How many times we got to teach you this lesson, old man?
I think it's important that we derobe him, because I think the robes are like a key to his safety.
So you want him to be unsafe. Okay, got it.
No, I want us to have the protection because they recognize him.
So
It's fine.
I will hand him
And you call
my.
me the bandit here.
I will hand him my spare
give him a
common
pat.
clothes.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
these are
speaking of your
probably much
clothes,
warmer.
Did you?
Yeah.
Are your clothes? I don't think your clothes grew with you, did they? You
Well, he
basically
would have
just.
gotten
Well, I would
he
have
would have gotten
been.
new clothes since we were at town when he grew, so he would have gotten new
So let's
clothes.
see it there, yeah. Grandpa. Yeah.
Otherwise,
yeah.
he'd be walking around in like children's clothes, essentially.
I was just thinking like the Hulk, like when he's Bruce Banner, he's like in a nice suit, and then when he comes to Hulk, like
the
everything
pants-
falls off except for like somehow
Well,
miraculously his pants keeps the same
The
size.
pants turn into shorts. Jorts.
But I thought you had mentioned when we were there, like part of
Yeah.
your getting ready was to get new supplies to fit you. I thought that was
Yeah.
like getting ready things that you did.
Okay. I just thought it was funny.
Yes.
Anyway,
So I will give him as my spare set of common clothes to wear.
so you try and take this old man's clothes off,
Just his outer robes.
and you take
I mean,
one
if they're-
layer.
Can I
They're
try to
already-
persuade him to just let me have his clothes?
Yeah, you can always try.
Okay, because that charm person, if it was successful, I get advantage. Do I get advantage?
Yeah.
That's a 27 on
Mhm.
making this old man strip for me.
Ooh,
So
good
he
thing
takes
you had
off a layer.
advantage.
I'm gonna turn to Kalia and just give like a shrug, like I don't know what we're doing here, and then that's gonna fade like it's a poker game, and I'm gonna turn back to the old man and say, "That's right, Favre Brett likey. Keep going, Grandpa."
Oh no. Billy
I-
Mac, don't make it weird.
In seeing this
I'm really
and his
glad that I
reaction,
can't
I will
see anything right now.
I will grab my common clothes, my spare common clothes, and toss them at the old man's feet. So he has something to put on.
And I'll say, be like, we want to trade you for these clothes because these will keep you so much warmer than that old robe.
Yes, good
I was gonna
idea.
look up to Kaito. Just be like, I never thought that being blind would be such a blessing.
He hands you his robes, and there is now a malnourished, bony, practically skeletal, just like, really, 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 really old man with like almost like bones sticking out practically because he's so old and his hands are shaky, and he has like, you know, what are they, like the liver spots and stuff just all over his body. And you probably, I almost want to make you have a wisdom save to see if the vision of this naked old man scars you for life, but I won't.
Hey, we don't need any body shaming around here, all right?
Hey Max, with the short time we probably have, you probably want to go around and unlock this front door and the back door,
Well, he only has a key to the
just
front
in
door,
case. Oh,
right?
I
Isn't that
believe
what
the
Well, I
key
mean,
is
you-
for a room that's inside.
Oh, I thought
Well,
he said he had a key to the front door, and that was the only way he could go in.
it might be just best to
that
go at least try and see if the doors are unlocked and that key works on them.
Yeah, I'll quickly
Because
go
if-
test the keys then.
If he wants that key back as soon as he flips back, we might be able to give it to him and appease him.
Well, he's probably going to be pretty mad for all sorts of things when he comes back. So we should probably have him, you know, get cozy in his new clothes, and then maybe we can, you know, constrain him for his own safety to a tree,
This
away
is-
from the front
This
door.
plan is just getting more and more fucked. All right, we're gonna. All right,
We
you know,
could tie him
I
to
look
the,
forward to the
could
recap
tie
next time. I'm just saying, what did you guys do this session? Yeah, we
could tie-
charm person and old man, get his information, took his keys, took his shovel, made him strip in front of us in a graveyard at night while it's misty and cold. And then
Hey,
we
we need him
decided to
better
tie him
clothes.
to a tree afterwards.
No,
I'm just saying, to somebody who doesn't have
we haven't
context.
we haven't done that yet.
No,
We
you're
could
getting
tie him to our bandit captive.
But
there.
if he lashes out, that kind of feels like putting a ticking time
I
bomb on the
wanna
bandit.
message to
Tied
Kalia.
back to back.
All right, here's my message to Kalia.
We have the pirate watch the old man, and we tell the old man that he's watching the pirate. We just lie to both of them, and then they'll just watch each other. Does that sound good?
I mean, no, because I don't know. We don't know what this guy is going to do when he comes to.
Yeah, and if he fights the bandit, we don't. Who cares? We were gonna kill him
That's
anyway.
so- we don't want to have to. He doesn't need to die necessarily.
Right. That's why
I
he's
think-
gonna
Oh,
watch
so
the
he
old
needs to
man.
I don't think that's a very smart way.
I
to
think it's
go about it.
perfect. Bandit watches old man watches bandit. If the bandit gets mad and fights the old man, and the old man's mad at us and he needs to fight the bandit, I mean, whoever wins wins. They might
But
even
then-
become buddies.
But if he does,
Also,
okay,
we have 13 minutes.
I know.
Also-
That's why we need to stop debating this. Let's tie the guy up.
I
while
want
he
to tie
is still
somebody up. It
malleable.
seems
Convince him to have a staring contest. Whoever loses, loses.
No, but guys, if he is
whoa.
going to be no longer charmed in 13
He's
minutes,
gonna be mad anyway, Kalia. We don't have time.
but what I'm saying, that's why we need to.
we're
We
not
need to
gonna
tie him up.
ransack this entire place in 13 minutes. We're gonna run into this angry fella anyway.
Well, not if we
Well,
tie him
not
up. We won't.
and if we tie him up
You
to the
think-
front porch,
You
Not the
think
front porch, away from the front porch to a tree.
he's not
that is
necessarily
further
going to be
away.
angry. He's going to know that I magicked him, but I was sincere about breaking him, free. So maybe he'll see through that and be like, "Ah, who cares? They put a spell on me. It's whatever."
That's why I'm saying we should tie him to a tree farther away from the front door, so he maybe has
know-
less influence on stuff in the house, so that when he does come back to
Hmm.
himself,
I do
That's a good
understand
point.
where you're coming from. However, if he isn't angry and he comes to and he's all of a sudden tied to a tree, that
Right?
might piss him
That's
off.
my thinking.
but then we can come out and untie him and be like, "Oh, thank
Like
goodness
that-
you're
actually
safe."
like
We
that
don't
idea,
know
Momo.
his capabilities.
All right, I have a really good solution.
I'm
I
gonna
think
snap
we
my
just
fingers and I'm
hurry.
gonna end the spell early.
Oh my god. Okay.
Hey, Kryn the friend, how you feeling over there?
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
And then I'm gonna look to Kalia, be like,
Seems perfectly fine.
as the voice gets darker and the shadowy apparition rises.
Well, we're glad you're feeling okay. And how you feeling? A little bit warmer in those clothes?
Wonderful. He's still putting them on because he's old and doing it himself.
Like, well, all right, great. Well, here. Do you need any help with that?
Don't forget about your prescription socks. It's good for the circulation.
Sure. Help, yes. Helpful, helpful. Helpful. We are helpful.
I-
We are helpful.
Who is we?
Yeah, who's we?
We. And he just points to himself.
I mean,
And
you all
is-
have been very helpful. Thank you.
Let's
Right.
try the
Wait,
front door
so-
with the key. Does it lock or unlock?
It is currently unlocked. I mean, you put the key in, it fits, but it's also unlocked.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna take the key back out and just make sure that it's unlocked. And while they're talking, I'm gonna go to the back door and try that one also.
So, you pointed yourself and referred to yourself as we. Are all of you named Krim? Or maybe you have other names?
Actually, we didn't do this. Price, roll me a d20.
Okay.
That's the duration of how long you're blinded for. $13 minutes. Because of the failed con save and all that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Um,
No, I get you.
Alternatively, you could have just given him the shovel and told him to dig a grave and stay in there.
I have a lot more spell slots.
Weird. Why did it roll Z and not?
See, the reason I was thinking that, or ending it early, is I figure we don't want to just wait 13 minutes to see if he's going to cause us trouble, to see if we were going to feel guilty about tying him up or not. So I thought if he's aggressive, there's a bunch of us, one of him, and then if he's not, he can just go walk off.
Oh,
I think-
also,
yeah. think it makes
Price, are
sense.
you trying to keep detect magic up? Because so long as
Um,
it's up, you're gonna have that condition. It's just right. It's 13 minutes of just
Yeah.
like real bad.
Yeah,
But
you
it's still gonna
mentioned-
be
So detect magic's only going to last for 10 minutes. So, I mean, I don't know. I think for right now, he's just going to keep it up because
Got work in 7 hours. All right, thanks for dropping by.
we haven't
Mama.
gone inside yet.
he just feels, but he's
Nighty-night.
blind. He feels blind, but I don't know if he realizes that he's not going to be able to see. That makes sense. He just got kind of like this big flash, and he covered his eyes with his hat. So I was kind of planning in a couple minutes to try and look again and just, you know what I mean, like test that. So I'm not going to drop it quite yet. And I think too the reason it rolled as Z was I just did a D20 from the tray instead of
Ah.
rolling for my character sheet.
When you
Gotcha.
click your character, like your token, and then you roll, it'll say that your character's rolling. And since we don't have any tokens to click,
Yeah,
it's going to
it
go with
just did
whatever
the
your player
profile.
name is in the bottom left.
Yeah,
It does the same thing. It calls me Kit whenever I'm not clicking.
I noticed that too. Yeah.
Actually, with yours,
Um.
I can switch that to max though.
So yeah, for now he's still got it on.
I can't do that.
He's still concentrating on it, I would say.
All right.
Unless the fail well oh, it was a constitution save. Never mind, not a concentration. Okay. So yeah. Sorry. Got confused.
Yep. Well, concentration is usually constitution based too, so that's
Did that
probably where that kind of gets a little confusing, I guess.
Yeah. So my fail on the con save didn't remove my concentration?
Correct.
Okay, cool. We're good.
All right, so you were helping
Yeah,
This,
so
fella-
with that being said, Kaito or Price is got like his hand out, just kind of like either holding Kaito's hand or like just got a hand on the side so where he knows kind of where to go because he can't see anything.
All right. So, sounded like I was saying. So you're helping the fella, but you were asking a question. Got a little sidetracked there. What was the question again?
Are all of his names the same, or is there another name goes by?
They're all me, 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 us, me, we.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so you're all named Krim?
Yes, yes, yeah.
Good. My name's Price. It's nice to meet you all.
Pleasure, 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 pleasure.
Price is gonna just kind of he's gonna look. He can't see, but he's just gonna look toward Kaito. Just look up. He's still got his hat covering his eyes. He's gonna whisper a little bit. I did, there's something wrong. That one.
And as he's being helped into clothing, he now has Vol's old common clothing on. Yes,
Have-
getting comfortable, comfortable.
Have any of your you been to any of the portion of the house you're not supposed to be?
No, no, definitely not. All right, and Max was checking the front door, and then you were going around the back.
Yeah, I want to see if this key works on the back also.
So, when you step around the house to head to the back, you realize that there is a whole nother just area behind it. From the front, because you guys have been meandering around the front side, there's a whole just section back there. It's almost like you can kind of see it, but there's like another like vine wall around it because there's another, the graveyard extends out a good bit, but you see that there is like, imagine like this is the first house in I don't want to say like a cul-de-sac, but it's like the house in front, and then there's like a complex behind it, which you couldn't really see from here because the mist was so thick. The house is in the way. The graveyard is just kind of obscuring vision from where you are. It's kind of just looking at the image, right? This is your view, but you couldn't see a lot behind this building until you actively tried to go and step around it. So imagine like this is the front house, and then there's like a little bit of a walkway, another like vine wall, a little bit of an opening, and then a whole nother set of buildings behind it.
Do I have any idea like what they are? Is this like a shed, like extra buildings? Is this like
So these buildings look like actual like. Well, let me pull up my map here. Get what you would see from there. So it almost looks very ornate in nature, like maybe a mansion that's fallen into a bit of disrepair. You don't see any like walls missing. You don't see any like you don't see damage other than maybe cosmetic. But it looks like a pretty sizable building, and from your perspective, 2, 3, 4, you would see at least like 4 buildings that are kind of side by side in a sense. They're not perfectly aligned, but like side by side, and you can see like this old rickety maybe a little rusty like metal gate around the area, and it kind of falls in line with the barrier around the barrier of vines, as it were. So it's like a gate, and then like these vines, and then like a little bit of a walkway, and sort of this big walk in front of the building, like a just kind of a big area, and then there's a building.
So are the vines blocking me from the buildings?
No, well, yes and no. So there's vines in the way, but there's a walkway that you can go through them where the gates open, and there's like an area where the vines aren't. So like there's a gate that can open, but vines aren't blocking that particular spot.
They asked me to check the doors, so I'm gonna walk to the furthest building from me, and we'll start with that one with the key, and then work our way backwards.
Furthest away. So if you were, here, let me just do this. I'll pull him to here. I'll put his character right there. So imagine from what you see, hold on, let me pull the stream to that scene too.
A whole lot.
Uh-oh, my thing is lagging. One sec.
Okay.
Oh, my browser crashed. Uno momento.
Am I in the middle of two buildings? I mean, like, are there like two to the left, two to the right, kind of thing?
Yeah,
It's
so
dark mode for me, so like I can only see where the torch lights go.
correct.
Because I am a
Um,
human with human eyes.
Yeah, so you're a little off the map, but I was just putting you here to give you an idea of placement as I restart my browser. And
And remember, if something horrible happens because we split the party, I'm just doing what I was asked.
start in browser. Okay, logging back in. The good thing OBS doesn't crash when my browser does. Oh, that's why Firefox had an update I didn't get. Dag nabbit, Firefox. Okay, well at least it's updated now. Do 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 do. Do. Do, 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 do. Okay, then I gotta go to this map. Then I gotta pull you guys. His token. You guys to the scene. Pull the scene. Ah, crap. So I gotta get you guys the ability to see what he sees. The things that love to break, man. It was all going so well. It was all going so well, and then my browser crashed. Yep. And I need you guys to see server, save. That work? You guys still can't see it. Son of a... Ah, my thing is busted. Well, the group with the old man, feel free to get some RP in because I gotta fix something because my browser screwed something up. Damn it. All right, let's see if I can fix this. Figure thing. Fog exploration, token vision. Okay. But you can only see the light and stuff, right?
Yeah, so I see like the
Okay,
corner
so-
of a building, nothing inside. But only because there's bright light in the square and then dim light in a radius around it. So I can see dim all the way to one corner and then to another one south of me.
All right. Don't know why it's not letting the stream see what you see. It does it for every other character.
Maybe because it's a new token.
Um, let's see. Let's see if that's the situation. All players set to how about if we set it to owner? That work? That didn't work. Ugh. All right, well, the stream gets to stare at a haunted house for now, I guess. Yeah, that broke. Gotta love
Sorry,
it.
they could be surprised. I do see there's a door here. That's about the only feature I can really see.
I mean, should the rest of us be able to see the map? Because I also don't see a map.
Nope. I mean,
This is the backyard.
yeah. All right. Well, stream gets to look at spooky haunted house image until like it undo whatever Firefox restart just did. So there's a building like to your right that looks you wouldn't be able to see that. So yeah, from
Looks
the
like a
dim
building.
light, there's
Yeah.
a dim light to your right and to your left, and it yeah, because based on what you could see,
All right, well, let's move. I'm gonna go here. My vision does not change at all because I'm a human and I cannot see without the light source. Does the key work on this door?
it does.
I would like to also, I'm like kind of worried that he hasn't been back after supposedly just checking on the back door. So I'm going to go around the back and check on him. Let everybody know that's what I'm doing.
Ooh, maybe if I pull Kali to the scene. If I pull Kali to the scene, can you guys see it? Doo, doo, doo. Now let's try. Pull. Oh. I'm gonna try
That
one.
looks like that was the issue. You needed to zoom in way more. That was a little dot.
I'm gonna try something. If I remove Kali, it does it.
And I don't see it, whatever I might be looking at.
Maybe just having the scene swap a couple times had to be it. Um.
Yep.
Should I be
So-
able to see it? Because I
Yeah.
still just see the house.
Yeah, you should be on this map because I pulled you to the scene.
I only see the spoopy house. Here, let me log out and log back in.
So yeah, you go up to this door, and the key seems like it works.
Was it locked or was it unlocked?
It was unlocked, but it still
All right.
fits.
Well, at least I know the key works. Yeah. I saw at the time a bunch of tables. It kind of looked like a dining room a little bit, or like a restaurant almost, or a lounge or something.
Correct.
But
Give
I'm not
me-
gonna go inside. I am just checking doors.
Okay, so I
Oh,
am
that's
still on
fine.
the spooky house map, just FYI.
That's weird. I see your tokens right here.
Maybe here. Let me try something. Let me just pull everybody to the scene and see if that does anything.
They could just pretend they're not here until they want to be. That way they can still see.
Because when I click on your token, you have vision. You're on the scene. Not sure if other people can see because their tokens. I'm just gonna put everybody's token here because it sounds like the consensus is gonna be y'all's are heading this way anyway, right? Or you guys want to deal with the first
Yeah.
house?
Well, that's
I
up
mean,
to
we could-
them. I'm just trying to tease.
We could start here.
Okay. Just put people like slightly off there.
I'll check in and be like, oh, there's a lot more back here than
Yes.
I realized.
Involved.
I was beginning to
Five.
worry if everything was okay. We hadn't seen you for a bit.
Yeah, I was trying the back door, and it turns out there's a whole lot of them.
Seems like.
Her dark vision should give. Okay, she can see that. Good, good, good. But yeah, so you kind of stepped into this respective like courtyard, as one might say, and there were like, sorry, there's so much happening trying to get this fixed. Couldn't even get to my description yet. So you step onto this like, basically it's not even cobblestone. It's like tiled stone, and there are pillars. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's like 6 pillars on each side, but the weird thing about it is that there's no building here. There's stonework. There's pillars. See his room. I reference something. What room this is effectively? Okay. There we go. So out here, there are several pillars with engravings of something on them that you can't really make out until you get close enough to investigate. But these have definitely suffered the effects of weather, time, age, as they are covered in dust. I see you just scooting around. You ain't slick.
Well, you can see my token. I wasn't trying to sneak.
Oh, I know. I see you over there. I'm watching you. Where was I? Yeah, so these pillars are just ravaged by age and time. Yeah. But yeah, if you can investigate them or whatever, but you're just sort of in this courtyard-ish area that has pillars that lead to nowhere.
Interesting in the middle, right here.
That's a good question. Would you like to investigate?
Yeah, because it kind of looks like. Is it a statue or chains?
It is.
It's definitely chains, but it's so big.
As you stepped closer, there was almost like this little divot in the ground that, if you weren't pretty much like adjacent to it, you could have easily just walked past. Kind of like almost like a little pit, but it's not really. It's not even like it's not even like 2 or 3 feet deep. It's just like divot in floor. And yeah, there appear to be what looks like chains that, like almost like manacles and like a ball and chains, but they've all been broken and rusted and shattered in some places. Probably just by time, but who knows?
Kalia, can you see in the dark?
I can.
Could you lead me to the next door? I can't see anything out here.
Well, I was taking a peek. So, okay, out of character, is the building down below the house?
There are 3 different buildings.
The building just south of where I'm standing. Is that the house?
No,
Like, as I'm
the
walking
house is
around it-
completely different.
Oh,
They're completely separate buildings in locations, as it were.
So if I'm walking, when I walked around the house to get to the back, when did the house not like no longer? When was it no longer there? Like,
The house is still there. It's there. So there's the house that you first came across, the image.
Mhm.
But then once you walked around, you realize that there's more space behind the house, that
right.
there's a whole courtyard way back here. It's separate though.
So
So
all of these buildings
vision,
are technically behind the house.
yeah, so think there's a house
Okay.
in front and then there's this whole complex way behind it.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, let's see. It looks like. Have you checked out any of these buildings?
No, I didn't want to go without the group. I'm just checking the doors. They asked me to check the doors, and I hold up the key.
Which doors did you check?
Well, I just got back here, so that one. I point to the door close to her.
Was it locked?
Nope. So far,
Closed in?
nothing's been locked.
Huh. All right.
It's like a lounge. There's a bunch of chairs and a piano, and then I shut the door.
I'll take a peek. Oh,
This is
interesting. Well, and it seems like there's another. I'll close the door. There's another. Is this a door? It looks like locked. Ooh, you want to try the key over here? This door seems locked.
I can't see anything on my map, so I'm just gonna
Oh.
underhand toss the key into the darkness in front of me at where I think she's at.
I'm going to do my best to catch it
I mean, you catch it. You don't have to really make a roll
Yeah.
on that.
because I have dark vision. So
This, so you guys can see.
okay. So I'll try the key on that door.
Seems like it fits.
Okay, so same room, just locked for whatever reason. I didn't want to go in yet, so okay. Well, close that door. So that one just seems to be the same room that you had opened the other door for.
And as you popped it open, because people have
Mhm.
seen inside, inside there appears to be a pretty lush lounge. There's like a piano in there. There's like chairs, couches in the middle of there's like a little series of like couches and like really comfortable looking chairs in the middle. There we go.
Nice.
And sorry, I was moving the camera for stream because I have to have manual camera control apparently. There we go. And there's like couches that are like these nice red like plush couches. They look really comfortable to sit in. They don't really look very used either. They look pretty clean, pretty fresh. There's tables with like some chairs around them. Not all of them, well, about all of them have like candles currently lit, flickering, dancing, as if waiting for the next individual to come by, as if this has been in use recently, or it would seem. There's like wooden floors where the doesn't look too crazy or out of the ordinary, just kind of like this nice wooden weather treated floors, very clean. And there is a haunting melody playing at the piano, but there's no signs of life here. You don't see anybody. You don't see anything other than just sort of an empty lounge, but there is a faint little melody playing.
Spooky.
And now something even Max saw. Sorry, those juggling a lot of plates when things break.
Yeah. Well, that sounds pretty spooky in there. We should probably wait till everybody's here before we go check that out. But it just looks like a big lounge, like you said. Let's see if we can find any more doors.
Or door.
Wonder what's in this building over here. I would like to peek in the window.
So this one. Check my room number. I'm gonna move this to my other monitor. Okay.
Whoa. Uh-oh. I think I see something. I better not let Max in there. He's gonna be so excited. If that is what I think it is.
It's black for me, except for this, like the little street right here. Oh, now I can see.
That one is room.
What? Interesting.
There it is. I think that's this one. Yeah. My numbers got messed up in my notes.
You think they're
Sorry.
finished dressing that old man or what?
I mean, he seemed pretty good to go when I came back here.
Hold on, I gotta double check my map numbers. You know, when you set up room numbers and then you look at your notes and then you realize you fucked up the ordering. You gotta go through several rooms and backtrack. That's fun.
Yep. This is 3C. What you see is an aquarium. There are mermaids swimming around, and then we look at the map, and it doesn't look anything like what you're saying.
So that's that one. I think that's that one. Okay. So that would have to be. Okay, this one. Okay. It's a good thing I at least organized them from like left to right, so I was just like, I could at least backtrack and be like, this one was this one? Okay. Even if I numbered it wrong, it's like I could backtrack and read descriptions. So this one, you peek in, and the thing that blatantly stands out, which is very interesting that it's something that's just right inside of a room with a clear window. It looks like there is a basin in the middle that has like this pile of gold in it. Like not just in it, but it's kind of like a dome over it kind of sort of thing. Like there's just so full of it that it looks like coins could spill out at any moment. And let's see, I just gotta look at what angle you have here. Okay. And you would spot. Oh, I gotta move the stream. There you go. Okay. And there appears to be what looks like this pretty sizable looking reliquary, just made of just pure gold. And strewn around the room are several golden vases. Bleh. And what really, yeah. And what really stands out amongst all this, against the other wall, is there's also a bit of a, I mean, it's pretty muted because like the window's closed, but almost like a little bit of a hum in the air.
Like that? Did we get it right?
But yeah, this room is just, and it's like this marble floor, marble wall, like reliquary, and there's this gold coins on the floor. There's several chests that seem to be like closed and locked. There's a couple of statues that look like they're facing inward. There's like these marble like white pillars which have a stark contrast from the pedestals that these vases are sitting on, because the marble floor is like, it's mostly black with like the white lining, and the pillars themselves are like white with like black lines through them, and of course the gold gold everywhere. And it's a pretty well lit room. The torches are burning, and they seem to have not burned out in a long time.
Hmm. Well, I'm going to turn to Max. Be like, well, I got to tell you, I have learned my lesson with statues and treasure. So you're going to probably want what's in here, but I got to warn you, we probably want to be very, very careful going in there, because when there's statues and treasure, it's never a good thing. 'Cause usually something happens, and those statues do not like you taking off with their treasure.
I'm gonna press my nose against the glass and just be like,
Gee Willikers, I've never seen so much gold before. Life as a humble baker. This is just wild to me.
And yeah, Max, you haven't seen this much just gold and treasure strewn about since, well, a real long time ago. You know, humble life as a baker.
yeah,
And, you know, trading with other bakeries.
yeah. Sometimes hostile trading negotiations. Yeah.
Based on their angle, can they see that?
All right, so that's 2 buildings. We got the treasure room, and we'll just remember it's this one. We got the lounge, and then I think there's 2 more buildings. Maybe we should get the rest and give them the tour.
Yeah, that sounds good. Because I'm really curious, based on what's in there, looks like it might be attached to another building to the side of it.
Hmm.
Well, yeah, let's go get them.
Oh, do you have a torch?
I do. Well, can I give him my torch? I think I still have a torch. Yeah. Or I have a bunch of them apparently. So I'll give him one of my torches.
I would like to light the torch.
All right, torchlight. Let me apply that to your token. Torch is, I ask this every time because there's so many different light sources. I think it's 2020.
And
yeah, I think it's 20 bright, 20 dim.
as I kind of walk by this thing, yeah, what is going on with these chains?
Token settings.
Well, one of my sons is sometimes he gets chained down, so I just imagine there used to be another building here, and it got loose.
The building might have gotten loose?
Oh, I bet that's the one that I checked the front door of.
What?
Yeah, my children are mimics. One of them's a house.
That's fair, but
So maybe this
Why
one is
would-
too.
maybe. But why would somebody use chains for a house? How would that be effective?
It probably was till it wasn't.
As would most things, I suppose. Well, all right.
Mystery solved.
And with-
Just
Sensing
keep
that-
going.
Sensing that there's no further information to be had, I'm just going to keep moving.
And with Momo's 13.
All right, so we make our way back to the front and maybe gesture to bring everybody to the back. And I'm going to kind of whisper to our party and say,
Yeah,
you
bandit.
know,
Gotta get the
I
bandit
feel
on
like
the scene.
we're not really making a lot of progress with having the bandit here. And if it's likely that he's going to bring an attack down on us when we take him in, we could put, I don't know. Do we want to just kind of hope for the best and go in with just ourselves and let him go? Or do we want to bring him in with us and then let him run out the door if they get angry to maybe lure them out of the house if they can leave? Of course, maybe they can't leave and then they're just going to be awake and angry. But either way, is it really ending up being worth trying to keep a hold of him at this point? He might be more of a liability in the house, like you guys were saying.
Well, I was telling him that he could join us, right? If he behaves himself and he's telling the truth. So he could prove himself by keeping tabs on this gravekeeper. And then inversely, we could tell the gravekeeper to keep tabs on him. That's what I was kind of trying to say last time. That way he doesn't just run away, he doesn't sabotage us. the idea that he could get some loot out of this and turn his life around. All he
Well,
has to do is cooperate.
now that we know that the Gravekeeper is not immediately hostile, maybe that would work. I just could imagine it going very badly if the Gravekeeper would have been hostile.
Yeah. I just don't see how it would have been bad for us. They kill the bandit, we kill all his friends anyway. They let the bandit go, we were gonna let him go anyway. He kills the Gravekeeper, the Gravekeeper's creepy and naked anyway.
But if he enrages the Gravekeeper, that could put us in further danger as well.
Maybe. I'm starting to think this place is a whole lot less haunted than they led us to believe.
I mean, out here maybe, but don't really know what's inside.
We'll look to the other party members for their input.
Price is
Yeah, I'm
blind.
Oh, are we gonna? So you said there's more buildings?
Yeah. In back, there's like several, and there's like this really cool lounge, but it's a little creepy because there's like music playing in it, but there's nobody in it to be playing the music. It's pretty spooky.
That's probably we probably because there are more buildings. That's probably more questions we got to ask the groundskeeper.
I mean,
Yeah,
we
how
could
did we
before
not-
going back.
We had almost an hour-long conversation, and there's no mention of other buildings besides the one.
Right. He did say it
Okay,
was
well.
bigger than.
Well, he said
than
the house
it looks.
was.
Yeah,
He said the
but
house was, yeah. But this is not attached to the house. It's behind the
Well-
house. And there's like a
So
treasure room, summoning room,
are we
maybe? I
gonna-
don't know.
we're gonna go into the building that we got all the information for.
Well, we might
Or
want to check out some of these other areas first, but we should ask
the
him while
ones
we're.
we know nothing about. Okay.
Let's ask him.
Okay, my theory is that there aren't multiple buildings. These are all just one big building. It just has extra exits and entrances, and it's all connected. And so if we would have went through the front door, we could have ended up in any of these back doors.
Possibly. But it looked like the
it's more of
house
a
isn't even
compound.
attached to these. Yeah, I'm betting it seems more like a compound.
Ooh, the speculation.
Oh, see, unless there's something that you guys literally know that we don't. That my guess would be compound.
I know stuff.
Well, yes, Cubed, I hope you do. I hope you would know many things that we don't know yet. And may never know. Keeps it fresh and interesting.
Hey, I'm helping.
You are helping. You're so helpful.
Yay, I'm helping.
But that's my thought, is that we ask Gravekeeper about these buildings that are behind the house. What do you guys think?
Yeah. Why he didn't mention it before? Because kind of weird.
Well, we didn't ask him about what was behind the house. We just asked him about the house.
I love the adventurer's logic. You're supposed to tell us everything immediately. Tell us now. All of it.
I mean, him not telling us doesn't seem all that strange to me since we didn't ask. So,
Oh, by the way, we also found like 7,000 gold coins.
yeah, in one of the rooms. But there's also statues, and we know what has been happening before when there's statues and gold. Never good things.
So do we want to go on the main house first since we know more about that, or
Are we not going to ask the guy? Can we just go ask the guy about
Yeah,
the
I
houses?
say we
that are-
go. I say we go ask.
So is the guy still there by the house?
Oh yeah, well, actually, give me a perception. See if you can find him. I'm pretty sure you
Well,
will.
did he walk away? Because half of the party was still standing in the front of the house. I'm assuming next to the dude while he was getting dressed.
Right.
I mean, he'd just start meandering around. Like, if nobody talks to him, then he's just gonna start like walking around.
There we go. 23.
Yeah, you find him. He's just kind of walking the ground around the graveyard. And yeah,
And OOC, remind me his name again. I heard like Max call him several
Rem
different
or
things.
yeah.
Was it Friend? Or no, Kren?
Start with the
Friend.
Krim?
Krim,
Krim.
Krenn.
Okay. Kren. Okay. Thank you for all of those, Max. It's very helpful. Creed. So I'll walk up to Kryn.
Yes, me, us, we, yes.
Well, I was curious if you would be able to tell me about the buildings behind the house. You appear to have a beautiful lounge and some other rooms back there. Would you tell me more about them?
I don't know.
Have you not been behind the house?
No, I do not go in there. No, I
Why
stay
not?
here. This is the room they allow me. This is the room I stay. This is the room that we remain.
By this room, you mean outside the house?
He points to the house that you guys are currently standing next to.
I see. So you feel as if you are in that room of the house right now.
And tilts his head to the side of your question. Like,
Are
huh?
oh, I see. Sorry. Oh, see, that was my brain just interpreting things a little weird because I'm getting tired. Okay, so Kalia will then ask, well, these other buildings seem separate from the house, and but you've never walked through the back kind of courtyard.
Seen it, yes. Go to it, no. They do not want me there, so I do not go. They don't. They get angry, really angry.
And by them, you mean the spirits of the house, or do you have a master somewhere else?
The voices, they get louder.
Oh yeah, I know something about that. Some voices in your head can be very insistent. I'm like thinking back to the various times we've worked with like other psychic evil stuff and how it loves getting in your head. Do the voices have names? The ones that tell you where to go and where not to go?
They do not say names, no. No.
Well, and you don't you wouldn't know if there are entities in any of the buildings elsewhere, right? Because they don't want you back there at all.
I don't go there, so I cannot tell you. I cannot say.
Do you know if they need anything specific? Anything they desire?
They sound angry, angry, angry. They yell so loud, loud, so loud. Yes.
What do they seem angry about?
That's him shrugging.
Well, thank you for your help, Kryn. We appreciate you. I'll leave you to your very important business here. And so I'll let him keep wandering the graves and go on
The
back and
bandit,
tell everybody.
the bandit's
Okay.
following him, like trying to keep eye contact, like like cartoonishly awkward. Like he's like crouching over a little bit, like leaning into him with his hands in his pockets.
Staring at the groundskeeper or the
Yep.
gravekeeper. Excellent. Oh, I'll lean over to the bandit and be like, "Hey, wow, dude, you're doing a really great job."
Like like uncomfortably close, like 5 inches away from the guy doing this.
Well, so far it seems like they are keeping each other out of trouble, so that's good.
And
So I guess
Prince seems to not mind, so
okay. Well, maybe they can become buddies too. All right. Well, make my way back to the group.
enjoying this
Tell them what I learned, which was not much.
All
But
right.
it does give me a hint that maybe we're safe enough back there, at least until we try and take something. I
He's a
wonder
fun character.
if
He's a fun NPC.
Price would want to try his detect magic in the back area as well. Although if we have an idea that it's the whole area is magical, then maybe not.
Price is clearly still affected and can't even speak.
Can't speak because he's blinded?
Because I think he's muted.
Yeah.
However,
Sorry.
oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, have we moved? Are we around back now?
I mean, are you? You have the freedom to
know.
be where you want.
We're deciding, do we want to go on the front or we want to go the back?
So yeah,
Or do we
I-
want to check? Do we want to try and go into the buildings in the back?
all I was gonna say as far as the detect magic is, if we haven't moved from the front where Price initially like got blinded, I don't think he's gonna try and look again. But if we've he can't really see where we are. But if we move somewhere, either whether we go inside or we go around back, I feel like then he would try and check again.
What he doesn't know is it's actually worse
Well,
back there.
might
and
be
the
good
DC's
to check
higher.
around back and see if there's any difference.
But that's for you guys.
Because, like, wouldn't it
in
be crazy
chat to
if
know.
all the weird magic stuff going on is actually coming from that back room with the weird statues and the gold and like the weird summoning chamber vibes? Wouldn't that be crazy?
Wow.
Well, I will
it
say
would
from
be
the
crazy.
front of the place, there was already enough magic everywhere to where Price could literally not see. I'm almost picturing it was like, this might be an obscure reference, but Neo in one of the later Matrix movies where he just kind of like, he just starts seeing ones and zeros for everything. And it's
Mhm.
like,
Mhm.
he has, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like that was what Price was kind of going through. But yeah, it's up to you guys as far as like where we go or what we do.
There was a back door to the front building or no?
Oh, well,
think
since
so.
you
I
walked
think-
around. Yeah, there was a
I think
back
we
door
were
to it.
told that was like the other way to go, right?
Because it would be weird
Right.
for a house to have just a front door.
I mean, yeah, that doesn't seem very safe.
All right. While we're talking about it, I'm gonna go through the back door.
Of
Is
the
it unlocked?
front house?
Of the front house.
All right. So, is it just you going there?
I mean, I think we should
I don't
all
know.
go with him. Keep together, just in case.
Perfect. So, You leave this, relative like complex of buildings, um, and make your way back, through the sort of courtyard, through the past the vine wall that's, also surrounded by the metal gate, and you're back in like the more, well, it's lightly misty area where the trees kind of almost impose and almost feel like they're like trying to reach out and like grab you, but you blink and they're not. It's kind of like a trick of the eyes kind of thing. um and you make your way to the back door of this rickety old haunted looking house. Like you would not, well, I guess depending on the character, some of you might, but you would not catch most people wanting to live in something this rickety, this old, this kind of decrepit looking. Pretty spooky. And you go to, are you trying to use the key or just go to open it, see if it's locked or not?
I give my key away, so I'm just trying the door.
Oh yeah, because Kalia has it now. Or she doesn't. It's funny. Even funnier, you threw the key and she didn't notice you throw it, so it's just like laying back there still.
Yeah.
But no. So you go to the door and yeah, the back door's locked.
I tell everybody that it's locked. I feel like all the treasure's in the back, so we know that's the last place we want to hit because we're gonna grab it all and run. And we know the most about this house with the paintings and the riddles and all that. I think we should go in here first, using the key.
That Kalia has.
I didn't realize I was still muted. I was just gonna say, but we don't know what's in the back door. We only know what's in the front. So we can unlock this and take a quick peek and just take our chances, or we could go in through the front door.
They said the front door is the worst door. The back door is the one with the paintings and that we got to straighten them.
Oh, I thought that was the other way around. I thought he said that about the front door. That he's only allowed in the front door, not the back.
He said he's only allowed into one room.
Yeah, it wasn't the front door.
through the front.
No. He's
thought
only
he said
allowed in
through-
one room inside the house.
But when we asked him, I thought he said he's never gone through the back door. He's only gone through the front door.
Did he?
Cubed?
Accurate.
All right. So then, to my understanding, we don't know what's through the back door. So we could just
We did
drive.
ask him what was the safest one if there was another route, because he said the front door is the one that's not safe.
Yeah, I remember that as well.
But he also doesn't know
remember-
what's through the back door.
I remember being told
not
that
allowed
we should go through
Right.
the back door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember
Well-
when I put the thing on him, I was like, which way should we go? Are there any other, like, do we need to go to the second story window? And he was like, back door. And then he gave us the key
Okay.
and the shovel.
Well,
It was
all
like,
right.
I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was the bandit went through the front door and gave us some information about that. But
Mhm.
Kryn was the one that was telling us, that gave us the key and was telling us, the front door is dangerous. You might want to go through the back door.
Okay.
And then he was talking about the paintings and the riddles and don't run away from the room, which I imagine to mean like you'll have to like appease them. Probably either, again, I think straightening pictures is going to be a thing. I think answering riddles is going to be a thing. And if you try to just leave without doing these things, then it's going to be bad.
Yeah.
So consensus?
Let's go through the back. Let's give it a try.
So using the key, you
Yep, we're gonna.
Well,
Yeah.
I think I was gonna say once we moved, part of what I was saying, if we got from the front, if we went around to the back, Price was gonna try and again we could be trying to unlock the door at the same time, but Price is gonna pull his hat up just to see if he can see, or if he's still blind.
Yes, in this vicinity.
And I know the condition. is he actually like blind, or is it still just the effects, the brightness of the detect magic?
So imagine like, because normally, right, you can't see the arcane without, detect magic, which conveys auras and whatnot. But as you've experienced before, being within the tempest and the whirlwinds and the whirlpools from other locations, this is like 10 times worse. And because
Okay.
you're able to like physically see it, that's what becomes the problem. So it's like, imagine being stuck in a cloud, like even better, personal experience. Imagine being in a car in while it's really foggy and somebody has their brights on and they're right like in front of you, and that shit's just
Yeah.
amplified.
Also, it just popped in my head randomly. I don't know if it applies, but like just having two kaleidoscopes and having someone constantly rotate them where you can't see anything. But so yeah, okay. So Price is gonna try and see. Um, you'll see him close his eyes again, just real tight, and shake his head, and he'll drop detect magic. I'm I'm getting way too much, and it's starting to hurt my head.
All right. And it's as you reach forward and put the key in the lock, it fits perfectly. It was almost as if this key were made for this door.
Oh, hey.
And you slide, you open it.
Carefully, yes.
All right. So the door creaks open very audibly, just like. And you are immediately kind of hit with this wash of just stagnant air rushing out of the building. Like it just, oh boy, it's like you open, it's like you open a room that hasn't been opened in ages, and you're just hit in the face with just like dust, just like even settled dust is like rushing out of the building and like getting in your face, and just active air movement has just made it so dusty, and it's just everywhere now. And as the dust settles, you see the end of the session.
Dun, dun.
Ooh, nice.
Dun dun dun.
Well, Price doesn't see it.
But does he
I think
sense
he's
it's there?
I think he's still blind for like another 10 minutes.
Does he
Yeah.
does he sense the end is near, Bryce?
Oh, always, but not too close.
Close, but not too close. So yeah, there you have it. You
Oh,
got to
cool.
meet Kryn, the crazy old man, in a spooky house, in a spooky complex that you guys are probably gonna want to start investigating.
Looking forward to it.
So before we wrap it up, voting for inspiration. Now that you guys have actually used a couple,
So I know Max used his. Who else used his inspiration? Was it Price?
Price.
Okay.
Yeah.
I give it to Price for going for the Cannonball special.
That was pretty epic.
Yeah, same.
I vote Price for the Flying Gnome special. It's tough though, because like I was torn because I do feel like I also wanted to vote for Max for charming the groundskeeper.
That was pretty
Although
That was
it was
good.
hilarious because he ended up being just as friendly afterward anyways. I was like, oh, all right. But that was pretty great.
I definitely felt like if I had success, it was just with like him and not the voices in his head, which is why it's tone
Fair.
was changing.
Right.
Kaito's typing. Be a vote coming. The pirate.
I mean, technically, that's also me, so I will claim that one.
I thought you were a
Right? Max
baker.
is a pirate. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm a baker.
Uh-oh. Accidental sharing of backstory coming
Our
out.
bakery is called Ships Ahoy.
Mm-hmm.
And
Didn't
ask
you
Goose,
told us
he's
it was
been
called
there.
something else before too? It's had like 3 different names.
He's just like, nope. All right, so that was 1, 2, 2 for Price,
Oh.
right? Kalia,
3.
Mm-hmm.
3. All right. Well, Price sounds like Price gets it. So
I-
close. The pirate totally could have got one. All right, he stuck around. He remained vigilant. He's watching this old man intently.
I've got to vote for Kaito for not only just launching Price and probably having a bit of trepidation about that, I guess, but still just going full send, and then basically watching out for Price for the rest of the session while he was blind and all of that.
Yeah.
So yeah, Kaito's got my vote. The pirate? Oh, that's amazing.
I mean,
You know
that's
what's so
basically what
funny
he is doing.
I wanted to reference, and I didn't, but I wanted to reference that that Price knew he wasn't asleep when Price was watching after him while he was sleeping, because that was effectively what Price was doing to him while he was sleeping. And so Price was going to be like, "Oh, so he learned something from me." But anyway,
I want to celebrate Max getting a new best friend today, and I was messaging them in Discord and being like, "This is the message spell. You hear this whisper in your head," and I just kept sending them one after another. And Kaido's just like talking to himself in the chat room, and he's like, "He's not a hobbit," just randomly.
oh,
That's what all that was about.
well, the
I
funny,
just kept
so
sending
you know what's I don't know. It was like I thought my brain just wasn't working right, but I saw Kaito's message that says he wasn't a hobbit, and then right after that, Vald said something about
Yeah, I thought it was
Price
mentioning just
being
throwing
Sam.
you being not a
But
hobbit.
you were talking about a fucking like Sam. I know
Yeah.
what your reference was, and then I read it and I was like, wait, hold on, wait. How did those come backwards?
Well, oh no, yeah, I saw the so what was it? I said I called it just a gnomish Sam, and then I saw the Hobbit remark, and I said, "Oh yeah, he's not."
Oh, okay.
I called you Sam, SAM, wise, not
Yeah.
not a Hobbit.
I guess I missed the first one. I saw the second two, and I was like, I got so confused, but it was a good reference. And then yeah, apparently Bryce had has may or may not allegedly been referred to as toothpick before.
I think that's what Max is going to start calling him. You know, to support camaraderie.
Yeah, it's a term of endearment.
So when you and Kaito are together, we should call you matchsticks because you light things on fire.
That's true.
Wow.
Nice, that response.
Bryce, you're fired. Bryce still hasn't gotten to do a rain dance yet.
I'm sure his time
Uh.
will come.
It'll be the one day, it'll be sessions from now when I'm like, I haven't used this spell in weeks. I'm gonna prepare something else. And then we end up lighting a building on fire.
Probably.
I mean, technically, you could just meld into stone while the building's on fire. Just wait it out.
I've been looking for so many opportunities. I was gonna ask during the session, are there any headstones that are Price's size? Just I'm always looking for random opportunities to do that.
Noise.
That would be hilarious.
But yeah,
All right,
it
well-
was fun role playing old friend. Finally getting around to the haunted house stuff I've had planned.
Yay.
And then you got to feel bad for the band. It's funny because like you guys have this like love-hate relationship with the bandit now. It's like first it's like, oh, you're just a stupid bandit that tried to rob us, and you're like, oh, now we feel bad. Now it's like, oh, wait a minute, but now you're an asshole. Now you're just like, but he's doing his job now, I guess. I guess he's not as bad. It's like this constant up and down for this guy.
My thought process is I will as long as he honors his end of the bargain, I will honor my end of the bargain. I'm not gonna not threaten him in the process though. So
Or secret message.
I feel like I'm messaging him and being like, "Hey, I'm gonna pretend we're enemies, but we're really best friends." And then I message everybody else in our party and say, "Hey, I'm pretending to be his friend, but just so he'll give us stuff."
Honestly, I was so bummed that we ended up accidentally killing the other bandit, kind of by accident anyway. But I just think it'd be so great to have like, somebody who was only a bad guy because he like didn't have love elsewhere in his life. And it's like to be able to, and what's the word? I don't know, give this bandit something new to live for. What's the word for that? Not
Being a quitter?
recondition.
Being a quitter.
I mean, I suppose that's
I
one
know.
way to put it.
I know what you're talking about, and I'm blanking on it right now. We actually
Yeah. What do you do with prisoners? You try and it starts with an R.
reformed them.
Rehabilitate.
Reform them. Yeah. If we could reform this
a
bandit.
reformation.
Yeah.
We can fix him.
Renaissance fair.
I swear, we can fix him.
I can do it. Just lock me in a room with him for hours.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Let's wrap it up there.
That's
Let's
too
wrap it
funny.
up there. Good stuff. So, with that, it is that time where we must part ways once again. What's that? So yeah. This is episode 35. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you popping in. Thanks for go away ads. Meh. Yeah, thanks for popping in. Thanks for helping me learn how I might want to do like roles during the stream. So like having a little bit of chat interaction. That could be fun. Still working on some kinks out of that, but I like this idea. I want to roll with it. I just need to figure out how to make it more viable. And yeah, thank you for being here. So yeah. So yeah, we do this every Wednesday about 5:30. We started a little late today, but it is what it is. We'll be back at it again next week. same time, same place, hopefully on time. And tomorrow, probably going to be playing some Atlas at the usual stream time, 6 p.m. Pacific. And yeah, we do this. I'll get this up on YouTube by hopefully Sunday. And for those on YouTube watching, I do this on Twitch. I Twitch every weekday. So if you want to hang out, by all means, I don't bite. But until next time, I will catch you next time. And hopefully you have a wonderful evening or morning. So with that, we shall meet again soon. Hopefully. So. And I need to just stop saying so. But anywho, I'm out of here, y'all. Have a good one. Bye.